P1 of the book of the library. Is that correct?
Are we not, I'm sorry, are we not supposed to hear?
Pardon?
Are we not supposed to hear?
You are.
Can you
All right, so in the back, where your volume is higher, are you going to say you need to get closer? You want to stand up and say get closer? All right, how's it going? Want to keep going? Louder? Louder?
Checking.
You got to say something. Can you hear it?
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Yes.
I just keep it close to you. Close as you can get. All right. As close as you can get. All right. It's all yours.
The pictures in P1 you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what prompted you to take these pictures?
In case I was asked any questions about what was going on, I wanted to have evidence.
And there's no date stamp on the pictures. Do you know what date you took the pictures?
August 8th would have been the day I first saw these, so that would be when I took them.
During the meeting you had on August 25th, could you look at exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the district's exhibit book? Let me know when you have them in front of you.
I'm sorry?
Let me know when you have them in front of you.
You said 1, 2, 3, and 4?
2, 3. Oh, yes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Excuse me. Yes.
Yes, I'm there, page 1.
Did you receive a copy of the letters and emails that are posted as 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Just for the record, one is the August 21, 2025 investigator interview letter. Two is a January 8th, 2026 communication from Dr. Howland.
Not incorrect.
That's the heading of it.
The heading is the email is what follows. The original email is Dr. McCown's email to myself.
All right. You want to identify 3 and 4 just because we have to end up in a situation, it's easier for whoever it is to know what 1, 2, 3, and 4 is.
Well, first I would like Mr. Pappas to identify that he actually has reviewed this document.
Okay. I did review these documents, and these emails are actually from you and the district, so I didn't receive actually not the exact ones.
I'll ask you a question relating to that. If you look at number 2, please.
Okay.
There's a message halfway through the document called, it says forward message. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And there's an email from Rita Sterner-Hein to you, correct?
That is correct.
And it CC's Diane McCollum, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Tom Hoffman.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive that email?
Yes, sir.
And the date of that email is August 22nd, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And if you follow to the next page, there's a series of emails back and forth from August 15th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you received those in due course as well, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And if you look at Exhibit 3, please. Halfway down, roughly halfway down the page, it says forward message. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And there's an August 21st email from Rita Sterner-Hein to you. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Do you recall receiving that email?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Looking at Exhibit 4, you see about halfway down the page it says forward message.
Yes, sir.
That's an email from Rita Sterner-Hein to you, dated August 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive that email and review that email at the time?
I believe so.
And if you look at Exhibit 1, again, just for purposes, Exhibit 1 was a letter that was attached to one of those emails, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's dated August 21st.
Yes, sir.
And it lists 5 points of issues that are going to be discussed at a meeting.
Yes, sir.
And you received that?
Yes, sir.
And you received it prior to the August 25th meeting?
Yes, sir.
Did you take pictures of the library prior to August 8th?
I have, but not regarding the books.
No. What were the pictures regarding?
Pictures usually are kids reading. If it's a Snowburger, I've done that in the past. We use for our website, or Dr. Sternerheim requests them for the school board meetings. So that would be it.
Okay. Did you take any pictures, or actually, did you witness the library after Ms. Snowburger's last day?
I probably was in there, yes, after that she left. Being maybe 6 months ago, I can't recall specific dates, but I'm sure I was in the library after she left, yes, sir.
Do you recall when her last day of work was?
Not the exact date, no, sir. I know she retired after the 24-25 school year.
Would her last day have been before June 30th?
It could have been, yes, sir.
Could it have been after June 30th?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, Dr. Sternerheim would have a better understanding probably than that.
That's fine. Do you recall seeing the condition of the library after Ms. Snowburger was done and before the new school year began?
No, I don't know specifics. I do know that they were doing wiring throughout our building over the summer, so a lot of things in the building could have been a little different than normal.
But you didn't take any pictures over the course of the summer, correct?
Of what?
Of the library.
I do not believe so.
Okay. Talking about the September 11th incident, you recall testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
It was your testimony that once you got there, you gave advice and they followed it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your understanding that the issue that you were dealing with on the phone was relating to the placement of another student, is that correct?
It was dealing with another student, and part of it was a placement, yes.
I think you mentioned in your testimony that one of your concerns was whether the student being picked up that day at school, is that correct?
I was wanting to know where he was and how he would get to school, and yes, how he would get home. We didn't know anything about his well-being and his whereabouts and what we needed to do.
Okay. When would that student have been picked up? At the end of the day?
Typically, kids are picked up at the end of the day, yes.
Okay. So at 8 o'clock, it was not an urgent matter as to when that child was going to be picked up in the afternoon, correct?
We didn't need to know where the student was. At that moment, we needed to know if he was going to be dropped off at school and what to expect. So after school wasn't a main priority for me at that moment. It was what was his well-being at that moment, and also, and again, I was worried about that young man's situation in the moment and the individuals that I was speaking to.
In terms of that particular day, you mentioned that you had some issues with Ms. Khan, is that correct? In your testimony?
I did testify that there was concerns from that day, and I did testify that I spoke to her that day about those concerns.
Okay. Did you place anything in her personnel file relating to those issues?
No, sir.
And you said you met with Ms. Khan on September 11th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was after the incident, though?
Yes, sir.
About what time do you believe you spoke with her?
It was a half day. I do know that. I do not remember exactly the time, but I do not believe the kids were in school.
Was that an early release day?
Yes.
And the two things I think you said you wanted to talk to her about was that she was late that day and then whether she had notified the parents or not. Is that correct?
Yes, she was late that day, and she did not contact the parents that day.
Isn't it true that in your reports and in several of the reports that were made that day, it indicated that you informed them that you were going to call the parents?
No, I did call the parents. I was the only one.
You and the nurse, correct?
That is correct. I did not inform anyone that I was doing that until after the event had happened.
In terms of the September 24th, I believe you had a meeting with superintendent, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned during your conversation or your testimony that you had received no details relating to the notice, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as of 9/24, as of September 24th, you had received exhibits 1 through 4, correct?
Yes.
And you had received exhibit 5 on that date as well, correct?
Yes, sir. 5 is what I received on September 24th in an envelope.
And by that time, you had already met with the administration twice in August, correct?
Correct. So a month later, I was not thinking that was what was in the letter.
Okay, so even though that the last 2 meetings had been about that issue, the issues that were raised in the August emails and the August letter, you didn't think that this meeting was about that?
That is correct.
Did you ask for further clarification as to what was in Exhibit 5?
When I was given the envelope, I did ask what was in the envelope and what it was about.
And you were told to read the envelope, to read the letter, correct?
I was told to read the letter myself.
After you read the letter, did you have any further questions? Did you pose any further questions to the administration at that point?
I did not.
So in terms of there were several bullet points and several numbered sentences in here telling you what to do, correct?
Correct. On item 5, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you didn't ask for any further clarification after you received that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If anything, you packed up your stuff and left. Is that correct?
What I did was I put my computer on the table. I wrote down all my passwords. I put my phone on the table, my keys on the table, my badge on the table. Dr. Sternheim and Dr. McCallum came back to the room. I said, here's my passwords, here's my belongings. They said, thank you. They left one way, I left the other.
And you were told that there was an investigation going on. Is that correct?
I do not recall hearing about an investigation. I was told to read the letter, and that was it.
Could you look at the first paragraph of the letter?
Yes.
It says you're being placed on administrative leave with pay pending the completion of an internal investigation. Did I read that correctly?
That says it in the letter, but she did not tell me that, Dr. Sternheim.
Question was, did I read that correctly?
Yes, but yes.
Okay. And it says internal investigation, correct?
It does.
Okay. So you were made aware that there was an internal investigation, correct?
Correct. Now,
Okay.
sir,
and
number
wait,
5.
one more. You
Are
were
we looking
told,
at number 5 still?
wait, yes, number 5. And you were told you must refrain from discussing the investigation with any student, parents, or district staff. Is that correct?
That is correct in this letter that you have in front of me, yes.
And it told you that you're supposed to refrain from any action that could be perceived as retaliation, harassment, or interference with that investigation. Is that correct?
That is what it says in this letter.
Okay. And you read the letter, correct?
Yes, but the letter I got actually had a signature on it, so I want to retract what I said. I did not receive this. My letter had a signature on it.
Okay. And did the letter say the exact same thing I was reading?
I'd like to see the letter that was handed to me that
Do
day.
you have a copy of the letter that was handed to you?
Not at this moment.
Okay, well, you have this letter in front of you, and you testified that you received this letter, sir.
I did.
Thank you.
I did testify that. You're correct. But it is different than what was given to me on the 24th because there's no signature on
Okay, so you received a copy of the same letter.
it. I do not know that, sir.
You haven't, as you sit here today, you don't know. You're honestly telling me you don't know that that's the same letter.
Because it doesn't have a signature, yes.
At some point before we break here tonight, we have both counsel clarify that the letter that's here is the same letter with the signature, just so that's clarified on the record.
Mr. Pappas has the letter that was signed by definition. If Mr. Pappas would like to show me that letter, we can look it over.
Hold on.
Hold on, folks. First, I can't hear you. 2, it's my right as the hearing officer to ask for clarification between the parties so we don't banter back and forth like ping pong ball. I need to see the signature. Was that the same one? It's a very easily resolvable issue. Is this the same letter absence, the signature? And we'll get that and we'll put it on the record.
Thank you.
On September 27th, you indicated that you were at the restaurant with Ms. Khan. Is that correct?
I was with my daughter.
And you spoke to Ms. Khan at the restaurant, correct? Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is
What time did you say you were there?
I do not recall, but I believe it was after the traditional dinner time.
So you said somewhere like 7-ish?
It would have been later, yes.
Later than 7?
No. After traditional dinner time set, it could be a time that would be after traditional dinner time.
So as you sit here today, don't have a sense of what time it actually was?
After traditional dinner time?
That's the best you can come up with?
Yes, sir.
During the MTSS meetings, you testified that you attended a majority of the meetings. Do you know what that means? Like what you meant by a majority?
Majorities typically, I would say, over half.
Okay. How many meetings were there?
I do not recall. Maybe 10.
Okay, so that would mean, did you attend 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10?
It's possible.
You don't recall.
Now, my job duties sometimes kept me from going to those meetings.
If I were to tell you that it was about half the time, would that sound more accurate to you?
Well, if you have the attendance for that, then I would believe that. But I don't have the attendance record. I don't know if anyone does. So I would say I was there the majority of the time, which would be more than half.
And you said there roughly were about 10 meetings.
In a school year, I would say that's possible, yes, sir.
Now, if you could look at Exhibit 22 of your binder, okay? And without mentioning the student, the personnel or the students, correct?
Okay.
Please keep that in mind.
Okay.
The teacher that you referenced in your documents and your explanation in Exhibit 22, do you have any evidence that the allegations that were raised were determined by children and youth to be founded?
I do not have any evidence for that because I did not prepare for that since that wasn't one of my allegations.
Right. So you made allegations indicating that there were allegations against this particular teacher. You don't know how it wound up?
I do. I don't have that with me at this second.
In fact, it was unfounded, correct? It was found to be unfounded, correct?
Object as to the relevance. This is going outside the scope of direct testimony.
It's entirely within the scope of direct testimony.
I'm going to allow it in this document. Please refrain from comments, and I'm going to put on the record the reason why. Pappas 21 and 22 was put in for a specific purpose to go to the heart of their particular case. It's fair game to ask a question if Mr. Pappas knows the outcome one way or another. If he knows, he can answer that. If not, and Mr. Galtman has a document one way or the other, we'll certainly find out whether he does or he doesn't. But it is fair game based on the evidence that was submitted as part of Mr. Pappas' case in chief.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, children and youth made a finding of unfounded, correct?
Sir, the children and youth report that you're referencing is from 1920, not this child that was mentioned in this email.
Sorry. Which one are you talking about? You made a complaint relating to the teacher. I'm talking about the teacher.
There is, the finding that you're talking that was unfounded was from 2020, not this situation from this email.
What was the finding of this?
Of this one, I do not know that, sir. Guidance counsel would know that.
So, but you don't know at this time, as you sit here today, the issue that you raised as somehow part of your defense in this matter, you don't know how it turned out?
The guidance counselor was the one that made the call.
Okay, and you don't know how it turned out?
Not at this moment, no, sir.
Did you at one point in your moment know the fact or not? Did you forget it or you just not never know?
I cannot say if I ever knew. It was 8 years ago.
And in fact, 8 years ago, there was no finding made, correct?
I do not have evidence of that.
You have no evidence that there was ever a finding made that he had committed any wrongful action, correct?
Sir, I was told not to call children and youth with these situations from my supervisor.
But you did, right?
My guidance counselors did. They were the first reporters. They're the mandated reporters. I
Did you
can't
make a,
answer for them and what they have.
did you make a mandated report?
When things were reported to me first, yes, sir.
You realize that you're still required to make a report even if someone reports it to you?
They made the report, sir. They told me that they were making reports. I don't know how they did it, when they did it, and what came out of that.
You didn't follow up on that?
I was told by my assistant superintendent not to make children and youth calls regarding this and others without her permission.
In fact, who told you that?
Dr. Sternerheim, when she cornered me for calling children and youth on her friend.
When was this? When was this?
That was, well, I was still at the high school. That might have been 2020. Her friend is a principal in the school district.
Okay, and you called, in that instance, you called children and youth because of life.
The young lady was denied medical attention, she said to our counselor and myself, her mother. Children and youth the worker was a former employee at the high school, friends with Dr. Sternerheim, friends with Diane Eberhardt, and they told her, both of them, who made the call. And it was me. And then my supervisor, Rita Sternerheim, cornered me in my office once and rebuked me for calling children and youth on her friend and told me never to do it again unless I have her permission.
And you know full well that that was a baseless complaint, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't think it was a baseless complaint?
I called Dr. Todd Klein for permission because I knew what was going on.
And in fact, you didn't tell Dr. Klein the full story, correct? You didn't tell him who it was, you didn't tell him the circumstances, did you?
I told him it was Diane Eberhardt, and he said, Steve, if you would do this for anyone else, you should do this for them.
And right, but he didn't know what you were talking about, did he?
If you talked to him and he told you that, I can't answer. I know what he directed me to do.
You have no shame.
Objection.
Mr. Galtman, I didn't hear that whole statement by you.
I'll strike that.
Folks, he struck it. We're going to just keep going. And I think there's a fair request. You asked if you could hear. I asked the volume to be turned up. The board members here can't hear when you're arguing. This isn't like the Rocky Horror Picture Show where you get to come in and throw toast and like yell at the screen and yell at the drink. I'm asking everybody to be civil and professional so we can continue on. The goal is to get it done.
The teacher that you were referring to in Exhibit 22, you've evaluated that teacher, correct?
Yes, sir, I have in the past, yes.
Year after year, correct?
I have multiple times, yes, sir.
And you've actually evaluated him as distinguished, isn't that correct?
With his teaching, yes, sir.
To this day, have you received any findings against any district personnel relating to any OCR or PDE complaint?
According to the last I've heard from OCR and PDE, the investigations were still open. But no, I have not heard anything since then.
Did you receive anything from them in writing that says that those investigations are still open?
I have not that I can recall.
So it's just your word that they told you it's still open, correct?
They told me I would hear from them when it was closed. So yes, sir, that's my word.
So as we're sitting here today, there's literally been no finding of wrongdoing against any district personnel in the matters that you referenced.
According to the children and youth, again in the 20s, I think it was 2019, 2020, that was unfounded. Children and youth did an investigation. So I will say yes to your, there's not been anything found that I'm aware of.
You were assigned from the high school to elementary school in what year?
May of 2021, I was told I was leaving the high school and going to some of you elementary school.
And when were you notified?
I believe in May of 2021, I was called by Dr. Klein's secretary to come over to discuss my future in the school district.
If you could look at Exhibit 17 of our booklet, please. See that?
Yes, sir.
You have that in front of you?
Yes, is that dated August 2nd?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Did you receive that letter?
I believe I did, sir.
You recall when you received it?
It's dated August 2nd. I'm going to guess it was around August 2nd, 2024.
And looking at number 2, there's a reference to parent survey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a paragraph relating to parent survey on the first page, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you look at the first sentence? It says you conducted a parent survey from May 10th, 2024 to May 13th, 2024 regarding subjectizing in 3rd grade. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that's a correct statement.
Yes, I don't recall the exact dates, but that would make sense to me. It was a very short time span, so yes, sir.
And the second allegation is that it says the survey was sent after you were instructed to make Summit View's 3rd grade self-contained. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct.
no.
What's wrong about that?
Well, I had done it all year long, and no one told me anything that I couldn't do it. The summer before, I had handed in my staffing sheet. I had talked to my supervisor about it. I wasn't told I couldn't. My teachers didn't tell me anything about it, so we did it for the school year. And then our last academic meeting, I believe, for that school year was in that May meeting. And then, so I wanted to just give parent feedback to show the academic committee.
Were you instructed to make Summit View's 3rd grade class self-contained?
Was I instructed to? No, sir.
Were you directed to?
No, sir.
Now, what was your understanding?
I wanted to do what's best for kids, and we had a math teacher who had a master's in mathematics, and I felt that every child in 3rd grade should have someone that is strong. Our total school district is 50% not at grade level for ELA and 51% not at grade level for mathematics. I need to do what's best for kids for their academics, and I know the strengths of my teachers, and that's what I did.
Okay, did you write a rebuttal to this letter?
I don't recall doing that, sir.
Did you appeal it to the board?
I did not, sir.
Did you file any kind of complaint with any agency related to this letter?
I did discuss it with the Principals Association, Pennsylvania Principals
That's
Association.
not what I asked. I asked if you filed a complaint.
I don't believe I did.
In fact, you did, right?
Yeah, I did.
So you received this 5-day suspension without pay. It outlined those facts, and you didn't file any kind of rebuttal to this letter, correct?
Correct, because my understanding was to the school board is where it would go.
Okay. But you didn't file anything to the school board either, correct?
That's why I did, because it was going to the school board.
And in fact, it was upheld by this. It's never been overturned, correct?
Excuse me?
Your 5-day suspension, you served it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it wasn't overturned by the board either, correct?
I did not take it to the school board, sir.
When we talked about weeding in the library, one of the issues came up that you discussed at length. Prior to August of 2025, had you ever discussed the library weeding process with librarian Snowberger?
When we would do budgeting, I did, yes.
And what was the nature of your discussion?
Basically, the nature of the discussion was how many books are we bringing in compared to how many books that we're getting out. And that's a typical conversation when we're planning a budget would be with anyone to talk about. We don't need to buy things if we don't need them. We want to make sure we're not wasting taxpayer money.
And any other conversation with librarian Snowberger?
About meetings, sir?
Correct.
Not typically, no. It would just be with the budgeting. After I saw what I saw, I did have a conversation with her in that moment. But before August 8th, it's just more of a budgetary question.
Did you ever oversee the meeting that Ms. Snowberger did? Did she share with you the process and what books she was getting rid of and what books she was keeping?
No, just if how it compared to, or how it related to the budget and what we wanted to purchase and what we didn't want to purchase.
Do you know what goes into reviewing whether a book is to be weeded or not?
Not 1,000%, no, sir. No.
How would you determine if a book is popular with your students?
How many times it's checked out.
And how would you determine that?
I would go into Destiny and you can see how many times it's been checked out.
So even if you weren't familiar with your library, someone could go on Destiny and figure out whether a book's been checked out or not, correct?
I would think so, yes, sir.
So in terms of your Lindsay Salmon, your new librarian, and her mentor, Johnny Smith, they would be able to fairly easily determine that, correct?
I would hope so, yes, sir.
In fact, you would know so. They would look at the usage, correct?
If they're doing things the right way, that I would hope that's what they would do.
Yeah. If you could look at Exhibit P7. You know when you're there.
I'm sorry?
Let me know when you're there.
7, I'm there, sir.
And you put in it looks like an email from yourself.
Oh, I apologize. It's in your book or?
Your book.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
There are two, it looks to me like there are 3 pages, correct? There's an email from you on the first page, an email from Diane McCollum on the second page, and an email from you on the third page, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the second page from Dr. McCollum,
Okay.
it looks from her notes, the plan will be, you see where it says that?
Yes, sir.
And it says the first, to offer the books to SV's teachers to supplement their classroom libraries, correct? That's what it says, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Then the preschool aide, Crystal, will take them and distribute to pre-K and book boxes in the surrounding area. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the ones that are in rough shape will be recycled. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes,
And
sir.
that says, is that what ended up happening?
I do not know, sir.
You have no idea as you sit here today?
No, I do not know the specifics.
If the books were to go to the teachers, that would be in the school. That means the books would stay in the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it would still be used by the teachers and still be used by the students, correct?
That's how I would understand it, yes, sir.
And it says to the preschool. Do you know what preschool that was referring to?
Yes, there's an out-of-district preschool that does utilize a classroom in our building through the Lincoln Intermediate Unit.
And so that would have been in the building as well?
That would have been in the building, but it's not a district classroom.
And book boxes, what are book boxes?
I believe the book boxes are things, Hooverville has one right outside in the parking lot where they can put books in a box. Sometimes you'll see them outside the library, outside of schools. Some people do it at their house. They put boxes. This is my understanding of what a book box is. They put books in something and the individuals can come and take a free book. Sometimes people leave books too. That's my definition of
Okay,
it.
so that would be in the community, is that correct?
It could be, yes, sir.
You wouldn't take them out of the community, would you? To your knowledge?
I don't know where people live, so they might take it to the communities they live in. I don't know where people would take them.
You didn't ask where the book boxes would be?
Are you talking about after this email from Dr. McCallum?
Or during the meeting that it's referring to? Either one.
Well, I didn't hear those specifics in the meeting, but I did read those specifics in this email. And after the meeting, I knew where I stood in this decision, so I didn't fight back with anything.
Okay. Do you know how many of the books were recycled or discarded?
I do not, sir.
Rebecca McDonald was the library aide, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know when her last day of work was?
I don't know the date at this moment. It was before I was put on leave.
So she quit sometime in August, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware that prior to her resignation, Ms. McDonald wouldn't talk to Lindsay?
I saw them speaking, but that's all. I don't know what they spoke about.
If I were to tell you that Lindsay said that Rebecca McDonald would not talk to her after this issue, do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I have nothing to say about that. I wouldn't know.
We have it under control. Mr. Pappas, as an attorney, thank you very much. We will move on.
Mr. Pappas, could you look at your booklet number 19?
19, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Looking at there's several pages. It looks to be there's this academic committee meeting that you testified to, and then it appears that there's your responses to your evaluation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why they're in the same exhibit? What's their connection?
These are pieces that were listed on the August 2nd, 2024 letter. So this is information that is connected to those points.
And as you sit here today, do you feel that your responses in each domain were appropriate?
I guess it would depend on who you're asking.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking, yes, because as an employee, I have a right to give my comments in those boxes. That's what it's there for. So yes.
So I didn't ask if you had a right to do that. I asked if you felt that your responses were appropriate.
Yes.
Could you look at P20, please, your next slide.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and if you're looking at P20, it appears that there are several pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you look at the fourth page.
Is it,
So it looks like there's a date of May 10th, 23 at the top. Is that correct? Do you see that?
757?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
There's handwriting at the top that says this is in.
Yeah.
Is that your handwriting?
That is my handwriting.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Oh, thank you. This is a letter, and again, I want to be clear, we're not going to discuss names of the students or staff. In this instance, that's an email with a parent, correct?
The top of that page looks like it's a parent sending that to me, that first paragraph.
Well, if I understand it correctly from the timeline, it appears to be going from the bottom to the top.
Okay.
Is that correct?
The date, time. It does look that way, yes, sir.
Okay,
Sorry.
so if we're looking at it in chronological order, the bottom of the letter, the bottom of that page is the beginning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it looks like you say, hello, Mrs. So-and-so.
Correct.
And it's blacked out.
Yes.
And that's to a parent, correct?
That is.
And it indicates that during the meeting on Friday, Mrs. McDonald told me that I was very unprofessional and turned the recent IEP meeting into something crazy after she left. I wanted you to know that I was sorry and it was not my intent. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it was appropriate to reference Ms. McDonald in your email to the parent?
Yes.
And if you look up ahead, it indicates an email on May 9. You see that? At 10:06.
Yes, sir.
That's the parent responded to you, and then you responded back to the parent again, correct?
Correct.
And you said, Unfortunately, Mrs. McDonald and Dr. Deshawn told me specifically that that is why she has to attend every meeting now, because you did not like how I turned the IEP meeting into something crazy. That was really was not my intent. Honestly, I don't really believe them, but that's something I need to handle with them. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that was my response to the email below that from the mother.
So basically, you were telling them that you didn't believe Mrs. McDonald and Dr. Deshawn when they had told you, correct?
Based on what the mother said in that email below that we haven't read yet.
Well, I'm asking you, you basically said Dr. Deshawn was your direct supervisor, correct?
He was at that time, yes, sir.
Right, and Mrs. McDonald is a colleague, correct?
She's a director of special education.
Right, and basically you were throwing them both under the bus with the parents, is that correct?
Well, I was responding
Isn't
to the
that
mother's email.
Right.
No, I was telling the truth.
Okay, you were telling the truth, so you basically were telling a parent that Dr. Deshawn, your supervisor, and Mrs. McDonald, your colleague, were lying. Is that correct?
About me, yes, sir.
And you thought that was appropriate to say to a parent?
Yes, I want to be truthful with parents, especially when they're lying about me.
No.
Or anyone.
So you thought that was appropriate? That's that shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You could look at Exhibit P21, which is the next document.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think you testified as to this document. The first 2 pages was your rebuttal to Dr. Klein's letter of reprimand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, if you look at 4th page,
Does that have a number 2?
it looks like it says number 2 and you have handwriting in there.
Yes, sir. That's my handwriting.
When did you add the handwriting into this letter?
I do not know my hand with that on it.
Did you have a copy of this without that handwriting on it? Or is this the only copy you have?
Now, this was in a file that I kept, so that's all I have.
So it's a note to yourself.
That is, the email would be in the school district's, access to see it without the handwriting.
Okay, and if I understand it correctly, it's referring to the U.S. Department of Education complaint that you were handling or assisting the superintendent on, correct?
I was working with Dr. Dillon and yourself with that, yes.
Well, in 2018, you weren't working with me at that point, correct?
It's the same situation, sir.
But I was no longer working with
You were not, no, sir.
In fact, there was an attorney from Mr. Beard's firm that was working on it with you, correct?
Not at that time, sir.
No. And you were working under Dr. Klein, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And he was directing you relating to this investigation or the response to the investigation?
No,
No,
at first he was not.
Okay, now I'm not saying at first. At some point when this occurred, he was directing you at that point, correct?
Yes, once OCR reached out to me and him about that, he then began giving me direction, but not when I first told him that we needed to get it done.
Right, so to be clear, unlike the other investigations we're talking about, this was not an investigation that was initiated by you, correct?
That is correct. It happened before I came to Waynesboro.
Yeah, you were addressing it as an administrator for the district, correct?
For the high school, yes, sir.
Well, for the district is the entity, correct?
Um,
The high school's not an entity, the high school's a school.
Okay, you would have a better understanding of that.
So,
Yes.
so you were working on responding to this investigation on behalf of the district, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
And in terms of the allegation that was presented to you by Dr. Klein, there is a incident report in effect that's being sent to you by the Department of Education, is that correct? That's what this email is. It's confirming an investigation issue and a question that was posed, is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's what that is, yes, sir.
And did you receive this?
I believe so, yeah, this is my copy.
It indicates that it's addressed to you in the email, so I assume
Yes.
it came to you on March 7th.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you share this email with the superintendent?
I do not know that.
And it looks like it indicates the date that was created was March 7th at 2:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that correct? I'm reading that correctly?
That is what I'm saying, yes.
Okay. And there's a narrative. Is that your narrative?
It looks like yes, sir.
Okay. And you got a chance to read that narrative, correct?
Yeah, I believe I wrote it.
Okay, and is it accurately portray what you wrote to the U.S. Department of Education?
It is. I wrote it in an inquiry box. Yes, sir.
And basically the last line says, I would like someone else to look into our situation. Who can I talk to other than Beth Coleman Beer of Philadelphia? Is that correct?
I did write that. Yes, sir.
Did you ever get a response
From
from
This-
the Department of Ed?
the Department of Ed, I believe Dr. Klein did.
And
So I did not.
do you recall what the response was?
I know what was prompted. We started working on the situation.
Okay. And then it says, I have worked to meet the requirements, but a person who I believe does not stand with our current WH. What is WH?
I don't know.
Would that be White House?
It could be.
So do you don't recall what you meant by WH?
Well, looking at the date, probably a new president.
Okay, so in March of 2018, the president was Donald Trump, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were referring to the current White House administration being the Trump administration, correct?
I believe that's what I was saying. Yes, sir.
So were you accusing Ms. Gelman-Deer of working against the administration's interests? Is that what you were
sir.
saying?
No,
What were you
sir.
saying?
What I was probably saying was I probably saw something in the news, read some of the news that things in the Department of Education were changing. I'm guessing that's what I was saying.
You mentioned, it says, but a person who I believe does not stand with our current White House administration continues to deny us. Who are you referring to?
I do not know, because I've never really met, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know as you sit here today.
Not from 8 years ago, I do not know. Honestly, I've tried my best.
Okay, if you could look at Exhibit 21, the last 2 pages.
Last 2 pages.
The last 2 pages of this document. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I am there.
Who wrote this document?
I believe Mr. Aaron Taylor, he was an employee of the district at that time. He was the Act 93 rep that attended that meeting with me.
Is Aaron Taylor intending to testify here today?
Not on my behalf.
I'm going to object to this document as hearsay without any foundation.
It's already been admitted.
No, it actually hasn't. You didn't move for admission. And I'm objecting to it being here.
I'm going to allow it in for continuation of background. This is in camera. Either way, I would give the necessary cautions that, take it for what it's worth. It can't be subjected to any cross-examination, so we'll give it due weight. It is a local agency proceeding, and I'm no longer.
Would it be fair to say that you met several times with Dr. Klein relating to his write-up of you in this instance?
I don't recall several times. It might have been more than once.
Okay. Well, it appears that it was more than once. I'm just indicating to you, were there more than one meeting?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm asking you, was there more than one meeting with Dr. Klein related to this matter?
I'm believing there would be more than one. I would guess one was when he gave me the letter, and at least another one was when I met with him and my Act 93 rep, Aaron Taylor. So there would at least be more than one. Again, 8 years ago, I don't know how many times we met, but I would say more than likely it was more than one, yes, sir.
And in all the time that you met with Dr. Klein insisted on maintaining the letter, correct?
Doing what?
Maintaining the letter, not changing it, not restricting it.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And it indicates on several instances through these documents that he consulted and came back to you and said, no, we're going to keep the letter in your file, correct?
That is what he claimed.
And he basically stated that it was not due to perceptions and you were written up for contacting the OCR and for not following up on the timely manner. Is that correct? That's what he said.
That's what he claimed, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you appeal this decision to the board?
No, I wasn't told I was allowed to.
Did you ask?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you appeal it to any other agency, the Pennsylvania Department of Education or
No, sir.
Department
No, sir.
did you appeal it to, did you file with the EUC or BHRC?
Sir, I filed my complaint to Dr. Klein. He denied it. I moved on.
Is there any reflection on that at this point?
Not at this time.
Did you tell Ms. McDonald or Ms. Snowberger that Dr. McCallum had cut you out of the decision-making process?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Did you tell Ms. McDonald or Ms. Snowberger that Dr. McCallum had cut you out of the decision-making process regarding the library meeting?
At that meeting, I felt that was the case. I may have said that to Ms. McDonald or Mrs. Snowberger, yes.
You said that. Who did you say it in front of?
In front of?
Yeah, who else was present? If any.
I wouldn't know. The only other person that would have heard me talking about it would be Mrs. Salmon, if I said it. But I'm not going to deny I didn't say that, because that is how I felt.
You, Ms. Cobalt, testified on your behalf earlier, correct?
That is correct.
You and Ms. Cobalt have worked very closely together, correct?
She's the building secretary of the building I'm the principal at, so
Would you agree that she's fairly devoted to you?
can you rephrase that or reword that?
Which part?
Your whole question.
Yeah. Do you feel that she's a very devoted employee to you? That she's very devoted to you?
Not to me, but to do what's best for our school.
So you don't feel like she's devoted to you in particular?
I do not. I think she's there for the kids, the students, the whole thing at the school.
Did you discuss her statement or testimony prior to her testimony on the 30th?
No.
Did you have any conversation with her at all?
I did know that she wasn't going to testify, is what I thought. So I did hear that from her a while back.
That she wasn't going to testify?
Yeah, I didn't think she was going to. And I wasn't going to ask her to.
Did you have any conversations between then and now?
Then and now?
Yeah, between the time you found that she wasn't going to testify to the time she testified?
I may have told her, thank you, and that was brave of you.
Anything before she testified?
No.
Can you look at Exhibit 7 of our exhibits?
Your exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
You have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Did you review this document?
Somewhat.
Did you read through it or no?
I looked at it.
And does it accurately reflect your answers that you gave during the Lattermill meeting?
I believe so, for the most part. Yes, sir.
During your testimony, you were asked about the September 11th incident, correct?
Correct.
And during the Lattermill, you were asked about that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall answering questions relating to that incident?
At both the Loudermill and here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Did you look at what's marked as page 76, please? And that would be panel page 20.
Okay, I'm there.
You have page 76 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
If you look at line 18, it says, and the allegation is that you were urged to come into the scene. You responded by indicating that you cannot push or pull. Is that correct? You answered, no, sir. Did I read that accurately?
That's what it says there. Yes, sir.
And then I asked you, you never said that? And you said, I don't believe I said that, sir. Correct?
I see that there, yes.
And you look at the next page and go to page 78.
Okay, I'm there.
And if you look at line 9, where you answer, so I did not make that that comment about push or pull, I didn't even know what the situation was. Did I read that accurately?
You did?
Ms. Copal testified that you did say it, correct?
Yes, and so did I.
But you were adamant at the time of the Loudermill that you didn't say it. Is that correct?
Well, if I believe correctly, I said I cannot say if I said it or not. I might have. And that was at the Loudermill.
And then you said I did not make that comment about push or pull, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I did. That is what it says here, yes.
You didn't say you weren't sure. You said I didn't, correct?
That's what it says here, yes, sir.
When did you discover that you had?
Well, in the Loudermill hearing, I had said that I wasn't sure. If I didn't, I wasn't going to say that I didn't do it. I can't say these are exact words from the Loudermill hearing, but I know how the process works, so I wasn't sure.
Where did you say you weren't sure?
When I was with you, I'm not seeing it in this document.
Well, you had a chance to review this. Is a
You're
transcript.
correct.
It's a transcript from the sergeant's court report. Do you have any indication that they missed something?
No, sir. Under oath, I said what I said.
But you said something different during the Loudermill, correct?
According to this document, yes.
Any reason to doubt the document's accuracy?
No, sir.
No. In fact, your attorney had a copy of it as well, correct?
That is my understanding.
And at no point in time between the October 29th Loudermill and today did you ever indicate that there was anything faulty about the process or the reporting, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So make sure. Give me a second, I apologize. To your knowledge, there were several Office of Civil Rights OCR complaints that were referenced in your testimony. Is that correct? There was the OCR from 2018, which you were addressing, and that was the one that you got disciplined by Dr. Klein, correct?
That is correct.
And then there was one in 2021 and then 2022. Is that correct? That you actually submitted. Is that correct?
No, I did not submit any OCR complaints.
Did you participate in?
I did participate when they contacted me, yes. There's only one, though. If the 21, 22, that would be only one that I'm aware of.
So there's one in 21, 22, and that's it, as far as you know.
That I had to be a part of in providing documents and talking to the reps. That's all I know, yes, sir.
When you were principal of the high school, was the high school placed on a warning list status by PD?
The special ed department was, yes, sir.
And that was under your leadership, correct?
Well, I wasn't the special ed director, but it was the high school special ed director. Yeah, you could say that, but it was special ed only.
And you're in charge of the special ed.
Yes, sir.
Wait, let me finish the question. You're responsible for what goes on in your building, correct?
Yes, I am responsible as the principal for anything going on in the building, yes, sir.
And did you recall telling Erica McDonald, the director of special ed, that special education students left a stain on your record?
No.
You say they left a stain on the high school?
No, sir.
So you never made that comment?
No, because we actually had the highest scores and ranking in the state those years, so.
But you were placed on a warning list,
For
right?
special ed based on attendance of special ed students.
Would you agree that the curriculum work done by Dr. McCallum and Mrs. Musser contributed to the positive testing results at the high school?
Explain that question. What? I don't understand.
Well, which part don't you understand?
Well, you're bringing up someone that hasn't worked here in 11 years, and I just don't know what your question is.
Well, you had positive testing results at high school. You talked about that during your testimony, correct?
That is correct. After the first couple of years, yes.
And that would you attribute some of that to the other people that worked on your staff?
I would attribute that to everyone that worked and the students that were in the school, yes. I would not say it was only me at all. It's everyone that's there that made it what it was. The teachers are one in the trenches. They're the ones doing the work. And we need to create an environment for kids to come to school and do the work, and that's what we all did.
Do you recall a faculty survey being conducted by an outside service under the direction of the school board in 2015-16?
Probably, yes.
Do you
Will
recall
not
that
object. This is outside the scope of direct examination.
he's raised the issue as to his performance as a principal and why he got moved to the school, the elementary school? I can explore that.
I will just say that he testified several hours to include all of his accolades, accomplishments. It is a fair question.
Do you recall that faculty survey?
What year did you say it was?
2015-16?
It's possible. I know there were a lot of surveys done. Yes, sir.
Do you recall being brought before the board relating to it?
I was brought before the board with my assistant principals to discuss why the teachers hated me.
And in fact, did you get a chance to look at review the survey results?
Of that year and all the other years, yes, sir.
And in fact, there was significant criticism of your leadership at the high school at that point in time, correct?
The first 2 years, yes, sir.
You aware of any surveys that were done thereafter?
There were other surveys done, I believe. I know Dr. Klein wanted to do a lot of surveys with different things. So yes, there were surveys done. I still have the very first survey that I did at the high school my first year. That was directed by my assistant superintendent to do.
And so would you say that the results of the survey that I was referring to were negative?
Well, I think a survey, I don't know exactly what that one said. I know the timing and the culture, what was going on. And when you're a new leader and you're starting out in a place that doesn't, maybe you have different philosophies, maybe you have a different focus, you're not going to get positive results. But a true leader is going to accept those things and build on them to make things better, and I believe that's what I did.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're officially now on redirection.
Sorry.
Don't get too excited. A few questions for you, Mr. Pappas. I want to direct your attention back to September 11th incident and ask a few questions related to that. Now, I'm going to start with you pulling up the district's exhibits, and particularly Exhibit 7.
Number 7.
Number 7, that's correct.
Okay.
and you're going to turn to page 20 on the bottom right-hand corner in the boxes 76 and 77. One of your reports.
20, 76, 77. Okay.
Now, on page 76,
Yes.
you were asked, the allegation is that you were urged to come onto the scene. You responded by indicating you cannot push or pull. Is that correct? You answered, no, sir.
Yes.
And then Mr. Goldman further asked, you never said that. And you responded, I don't believe I said that, sir.
Correct.
Why did you say, I don't believe I said that, sir?
In the moment that was going on, again, I wasn't thinking on September 11th, 2025 that I'd be sitting right here now, or even in the Loudermill hearing, that I had to remember every little thing that I did and said. So I couldn't be dogmatic on it that I definitely said that. I could see that being a response I gave to have Mrs. Cobalt go, but I wasn't sure of that because of the situation, not remembering if my radio was on. So it was in my opinion, a hot situation, and I was responding, saying that. And I'm not going to, I know Mrs. Cobalt testified and said that, so that, to me, cleared it up that I did say that, and that's why I did say that when I was testifying, because I know she was here to tell the truth, and I was thankful for that. And I feel like I was very matter of fact that I said it, based on thinking back and hearing her say that, so that's what I said.
Now, you were also asked questions about because there were 2 concurrent student issues that morning.
That is correct.
You were asked a few questions about the student issue that you were initially handling.
Mm-hmm.
Was that student at school at the time?
While I was on the phone?
Correct.
No, we didn't know where he was.
Were you worried about that?
Totally.
Why?
Again, I do feel for every child that I work with. But this young man, he is someone that, again, a lot of people care about, not only in our school, but in our community. And his situation that's still ongoing, just it hits hard, and it's just a needy situation for this young man, and just to make sure he's all right.
That morning, do you recall who you were on the phone with?
I know I was on the phone with his great-grandmother, and then I was on the phone with individuals either from Children and Youth, a liaison with the Borough Police, Waynesboro Police, and possibly someone with regarding his foster placement.
Did Mrs. Cobalt provide you with updates concerning the status of the student in the van?
Yes, that was made clear to me that was cleared up pretty quickly because of the staff of some of you. They took care of it, just like they would if I was in a 5-hour meeting at Clayton, or if I was absent that day, or anything where I was not there. The staff always does an awesome job helping and taking care of what's needed.
Did Mr. Campbell also provide you with?
And I believe Mr. Campbell, I believe a few people did. And then when I went out there the first time, people informed me of what was going on. I gave my suggestion because there was still like a 2 or 3 inch gap from the lift to the pavement. And I talked to them and then went back out front to see if this young man was at school yet, and to inform the individuals out there about what was going on. And then when I went back to check, again, they had used the ramp, and that was a very good thing. And then we eventually called the mom of that student.
Okay, so you talked about calling the mom. Was it your understanding that the mom had already been contacted?
Yes, that was my understanding based on when I went out there the first time. Mrs. Kahn was standing over between the van and a shed that we have at Summit View, and she was pacing back and forth on a phone call. I had said to the crowd, there was a good amount of people there. I'm guessing Mrs. Khan is speaking to that parent. Oh, yeah, that's what we think she's calling the parent. Again, seeing all the people there, believing that everyone was doing what they needed to get done, knowing that child was safe, I then went back out front to look for the other child that we were working with. And I do not believe I said about him getting picked up that day. I think someone else might have testified to that. Here, one of the witnesses that were called. But my concern is where was that young man right then and there, and if he was okay.
I'm going to bring you back to weeding. You testified a few different times about the weeding process,
Yes.
and you were asked a question particularly regarding whether you communicated to anyone that you were cut out of the weeding process. Do you recall that?
That I was asked that, or did I
Yes,
say?
you were asked that.
Yeah, I know I was asked that. Yes.
And you testified that you felt like you were cut out.
Correct.
Why did you feel that way?
Well, first part is when I walked into the library on August 8th, all these books were taken out, and I knew nothing about it. So that kind of seemed like it was pre-planned, and they didn't want Steve Pappas to know, whoever they might be. I don't know that. Again, looking back, Mrs. Smith said she was looking for me that week. I sat with her for about an hour, and she never talked to me about that. So that was odd, looking back on this. Then, when I was going through my communications with Dr. McCallum, it seemed like she understood where I was coming from with everything. But then when we met, I believe on August 14th, with the librarians, one of the librarians had a association member with them, and Dr. McCallum was there. We met at Summitview Elementary School in the library. I stayed out most of that conversation because it seemed like it was just Dr. McCallum and the librarians talking about how they did it, why they did it, and all this. I asked if they were going to be paid for it. And then after that meeting, Dr. McCallum was there, and I tried to ask her questions, and I could tell she was giving me a whole different feel than what she was texting me. And she had told me, well, she talked to Dr. Sternheim. So I knew that, okay, I didn't have anywhere to go with this. It's a done deal, and I just accepted that it was going to be taken care of. And then the next day, I just put that out there for documentation because none of that situation felt right. So I've always been told to document. And so that's why I did that follow-up email.
You were asked questions about the special education score while you were principal of the high school.
Yes.
Okay. Does special education report to you as principal of high school?
The teachers do. They have needs, daily needs. But when it comes to things specifically with special ed, they would reach out to the special ed department. Now, I will tell you, since I left the high school, the special ed department at the admin level and quasi-admin level probably increased by like 200%. But those individuals work with our special education teachers. And again, what was referenced about that, interestingly enough, some of you, when Dr. McCallum was there, was also put on that, but that was for specific learning. Ours was attendance. So you have high school students who may have different needs that others might not, and they're not motivated to come to school maybe they have things in the home. So ours was attendance only, not academic like Dr. McCallum's was at some of you. But that is something that, again, was only attendance, from my recollection. But it didn't impact our score as a school. And but yeah, that's something called ATSI that was put on there. And we had to walk through processes to be removed from that.
Were you removed from that?
We were not, but then I went to Summitview my first year, and I got Summitview removed from that. But I do not believe that the high school, it was not removed from that when I left, and it probably got, I would hope it's removed by now. It's a difficult thing what the state does with the ATSI. You're kind of hitting a moving target.
Do you know what ATSI stands for?
Not at this second, I apologize.
It's okay. But you were removed from the high school before that ATSI was lifted.
Correct.
How long was the ATSI in place while you were in high school?
I don't, because it was a newer thing for the whole state. So it may have been on there for 2 years while I was there, maybe. And we had to put a plan together on how to get things. And I worked with Officer Gordon with that, because some of the feedback we got from the students was just safety was a reason that they felt they didn't want to come to school. So we wanted to hear that. But then there was other things, they just don't like school, or they struggle with different things. So that's something we tried to jump on right away. It was a new process for everybody in the whole state, so it was a work in progress.
Now, when you went to Summit View then, you said they were under ATSI.
They were under ATSI for our students who are second language English, ESL students, or English second language. So this school was on there for that.
And you got them off of the ATSI or special ed?
Again, I will not say I did, but we did. That program was changed, and things got to the right place, and it was very evident that it was a major overhaul of what was there. And then I credit the teacher and the students who did that.
Now, you were asked questions about a faculty survey from about a decade ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
And that's okay. And allow me to ask this question very bluntly. You testified that you had improved your leadership as a result of this survey. Is that
Sure,
fair
I
to
think
say?
that's what surveys should do. You need to take real feedback, grow from it. I mean, if you just ignore survey results because they don't match what you think you are, or that's foolish. You need to get real feedback, and then I think if you're anything serious about growing and improving, you take that feedback and you run with it. No, but I mean, the first survey I had, my assistant superintendent told me I had people tell me I made deals with Satan, all kinds of stuff, and I have that. I keep it as a momentum. So again, you need to take that feedback and grow from it. I think anyone that has I know I was told, or they said, I don't have a growth mindset here at this table. Getting negative feedback shouldn't make you mad. It should make you really see what people think and try to make things change. And I believe that's what I did. And I'm going to tell you, when I left that high school, I bet some of those same people showed tears, hugs, presents. I mean, I was very thankful for that. To know where we were, where we came from, I thought was awesome.
I have no further questions.
Red Cross.
I have a few more questions. Could you look at number 20 on your number 20? And it's a document that starts with this is in and handwriting. Third or fourth page. Fourth page. We were just discussing.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
That was an issue between you and yourself, and you raised an issue with Ms. McDonald, Dr. Deschamps, and you were referring to the parents. That's what we were talking about. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll show you a document.
I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of redirect.
No, it's really not.
If this was intended to be raised as part of cross-examination, it should have been raised initially in cross.
I'm just going, I know, everybody's going to go crazy. At the end of the day, we're not bound by the technical rules of evidence.
Do you have the document?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gall, I'm not sure your whole statement got on the record when you were walking back.
I asked him if he had the document in front of him,
Okay.
and he answered yes. Okay, and you recognize this document?
Yes.
This is an email between yourself and Ms. McDonald, almost a year later, correct?
Well, the HR director is on it as well.
Yeah, but it's about, the question was, it's about a year later, correct?
A year later from what? Excuse me.
From the document we were just discussing, the year of ID 20. I'll make it easy for you. That was
According to, you're saying that this is in paper, the dates are a year off?
Okay, no, I'm telling you that the first document we talked about was May 10, 2023, and we're now looking at a document that's April 8, 2024. So I'm saying
Yes, sir.
almost about a year
Yes,
later.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and in that email, and again, without referencing student names or parent names,
Yes.
you're referring to the same student, correct?
That is, yes, sir.
Okay, and in fact, starting again from the bottom up, it appears that that's the chronological order of the emails. It indicates that Ms. McDonald's indicating that Tammy and I, who's Tammy?
That would be the Assistant Director of Special Education, Ms. Richards.
And she and Tammy would not be attending the IEP meeting for this particular student. Is that correct?
That's what that says, yes, sir.
And in response, you responded, last year you and Todd showed up in my office without any notice to question me about a conversation I had with AB's parent in an IEP meeting on April 23. In that meeting where you showed up without notice, May 10, 23 at 2 p.m., you and or Todd accused me of things that were not accurate and stated I was not to meet with this family if you were not present. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
According to you and or Todd, the mother said I was crazy or talking crazy, and that is why you needed to be in these meetings. Is that still the case? And if it is not, why? Read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay, since that meeting in May 2023, I have been given a letter of notice, partly dealing with the situation and how some at Clayton is the administrative office, correct?
That is correct.
Have interpreted my interactions with this family. That is the main reason why I am seeking clarification. If things are changing with this process, please let me know why. Thank you for your time. Is that accurately?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. McDonald was indicating to you that she was not going to be at the IEP meeting. Is there a reason why you felt the need to dredge up what occurred a year ago?
So this individual student had meetings a lot based on needs that needed to be met by the district. I was told, as you saw in the document, I believe 20 that we have discussed, that I was not allowed to meet with them anymore.
Well, actually, you weren't allowed to meet with them without Ms. McDonald being present,
Correct. So I stood by that. Then, as you see on April 5th, as you read, I was being told to go to the IEP meeting now without me. So that's why I'm asking for clarification. As I said, this is the main reason why I'm asking or seeking clarification. If things are changing with the process, please let me know why. So this is, again, me asking questions for real answers, and I wasn't getting any, and I said, thank you for your time. So I did this because, one, as I referenced, I was written up by Dr. DeShong in a long email, or a letter that I believe was already presented here. So it didn't make sense why I was told one thing, then I got written up for it, and now I'm saying, oh, just go do it, Steve. It didn't make sense to me, so that's why I wrote this email.
Right. You made an accusatory email out of a question you could have just asked, right?
No,
You could have just said what changed, right? Right? You could have said what changed.
I did what I wanted to do. I wanted to document because
Yes, please let Mr. Pappas respond, let him get his answer out,
Thank you.
then go back to the question.
You can put your answer.
I'm done.
You were just talking about this growth. Did you feel that was a reference to your growth?
Say that again.
You just talked about growing and always being about growth. you were chastised relating to your behavior with Miss McDonald in 2023, and you felt the need to bring it up again in 2024.
The behavior was an
That's
email. The behavior was an email of asking for clarification.
You mentioned the survey we were just talking about.
Is this from 10 years ago?
I'm going
Exactly.
to object.
He brought it up and we talked about it.
This
Asked if you recognize the document.
Sorry, we have a question up here. So the question is, what are we handing out now?
I asked him if he recognized the document. I'm not going to put in evidence if he doesn't recognize it.
Does council?
I do not have a copy of it.
All right, so what I'm going to do, let her see it. If we have to go outside and talk about it, we will, because I don't know what it is. It's coming. Do I get paid by the hour? I get paid by the hour. Yes, ma'am. So does Mr. Paul. Please.
Mr. Beard, I am objecting to this document. Again, this was something that could have been brought up on cross-examination. It was not. I asked on redirect, I asked questions. Now council is relitigating what he should have asked initially.
So my question is, are you going to School District 28, or are you going with what has been placed at Mr. Pappas's table?
This is, it's what has been placed on Mr. Pappas's table, which
Right.
appears to be
So
the
for everybody
evaluation.
here, I don't know what it is. And so I need to know that
It's the evaluation from 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Correct.
It's the,
I'm sorry, it's not an evaluation. The School Leadership and Climate Survey.
which was just testified to and testified on redirect.
We're going to go out in the hall. We're just talking real briefly about it. Can somebody bring it along and show it to me?
Yeah.
And we're going to do just so both councils are aware, I'm going to ask if we can have a 7-minute break here. Is that okay? All right. So we're back on. A document was presented. I asked if it was shown to opposing counsel. We took a sidebar on this. Hopefully I will capture it correctly. Mr. Galtman would like to show Mr. Pappas this document. I believe we have an understanding that a few questions will be asked by it. We're going to get an answer. Other than presenting it, are you familiar one way or the other? Yes, no. I don't know what it's going to be. That should pretty much be the end of what Mr. Galtman represented out in our sidebar. Is that correct?
The only thing I'll add is that our objection still stands as relevance as well as, duplicative. We've already testified to it, so.
And correct, and just for its purpose of the record, we also indicated that Mr. Galtman could take the same document, bring it in through another witness, and we would just be back in the same process. And rather than do that, we would streamline it. Is that the accurate representation of our discussions?
Yes, again, with my objection.
Correct.
Yep.
All right. So at this point in time, I'm going to allow Mr. Galtman to proceed with his question in regard to what I assume. Are you marking this as an exhibit as 29?
Depending on the answers, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Excuse me, folks, we're going to move on. The purpose of having a sidebar is to get both attorneys together. We did that. The process is going to move on at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Pappas, do you have the document in front of you?
Keep that mic as close as you can.
You got it. Do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, with Survey Monkey on the top right?
Yep.
Yes.
Have you seen this document before?
Probably on a computer screen.
Okay, it was presented to you at some point by someone?
$10 years ago, I'm going to just say yes,
Okay.
so we can move forward.
That's fine. I'll move it into evidence as Exhibit 29, please.
Okay, same objection. All right. Do you have any other questions related to that document?
No.
Thank you for abiding by what we agreed to in the hall.
My pleasure.
What is being passed out is what was shown. So the board has it as an exhibit. You're going to have to wait to get back to your chair. So, Mr. Galtman, while you were up here, you made a statement, and I said you're going to have to wait to get back there. What did you say?
I have no further questions.
Okay, he has no further questions. Anything else?
I do not. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Galtman, at this point, Mr. Pappas is being excused for the time being. I would just note, as I said before we close out tonight, I'm going to ask both councils to confirm relative to school district number 5, because I didn't forget about it, because I marked it in my do not forget about it file, that what Mr. Pappas was asked about, whether that was the same letter he received. He said, I saw the one with the letter, I don't know, back and forth. I just want to get a stipulation that even though that doesn't have the signature, it's the same one that Mr. Pappas received. And then we want to clarify in the exhibit book for school district administration, the continuation of exhibit numbers to be consistent, because we have 29, we have 28, and I'm not sure about what happened after we have 27. Let's see. We do have, yes, we do have anecdotal notes. So yes, we do have it consistently. We have 26, and we have 27 is the PA ETEC anecdotal notes. But no tap.
I'm sorry, I
No,
want to make sure
I-
I'm following here. So the exhibit, well, perhaps it would help if the district goes through, or the administration goes through their exhibits, and then we can also go through ours and move for admission.
Correct. So at this point, I'm going to allow Mr. Pappas Mr. Galtman, for purposes of moving forward. I assume you have another witness or point of order.
Point of order, defense hasn't rested. She hasn't rested her case yet.
He just asked if you rested your case for the time being, but she still has the possibility to recall somebody or do rebuttal witnesses.
That is true. And we also have to move for admission of exhibits as well as, yeah. So yes, there are still more things to go, but
All right. I heard her say for the time being she has completed her case in chief, correct?
that is correct. Again, outside of moving
Subject to
from it.
rebuttal.
Subject to rebuttal.
Allow me to finish. Outside of, I need to move for exhibits, as well as request that the board take administrative notice of public comment that has been made at the last few meetings.
I'm going to tell you, the board is there, but as I said from day one, when we had our first discussion on this case before we even got started, what is out there is just out there. I'm not going to say depending on where this case goes for purposes of appeal, that we're going to bring in everything that's been stated in public board meetings, what have been petitions, and none of that stuff is coming into this record.
Well, allow me to please be more specific. It's the statements by Steve Pappas on January 13th, April Sword on January 27th, and Sierra Garofalo and Vicki Saylor last evening, February 10th.
I would object. They're not under oath.
And
And they're not
it's
subject to
administrative notice.
cross-examination.
I'm requesting administrative notice.
And they were not subject to cross-examination or oath.
Agreed.
No, that's not
I'm-
admissible.
As I said before, I've been consistent from day one that I'm not allowing anything except the testimony and exhibits that have been placed into the record here to come in. I don't want to say that some public comment that was recorded somewhere or something was written in the event, depending on where this goes, gets to come in at another level.
And again, my request is not about something recorded somewhere. It's statements made at the public board meeting. That's all.
I will certainly discuss that with the board, but I want to be clear. I've been consistent before we started.
Understood.
I said it before. I've been consistent on it the whole way along the line.
Understood.
So that request is not granted. We will revisit it. I hope you're satisfied, Mr. Galtman, that you rested her case so we can get your witness on
Yes.
here and conclude this tonight.
Next witness is Colleen Gilding. Our next witness is Colleen Gilding,
Okay.
and she's appearing via Zoom.
Where's that?
Nick has to set it up. It'll take 5 minutes.
I would like to request an offer of proof.
Offer of proof.
She's the signatory or recipient of 4 of the documents in the record. He's brought up his prior discipline as an issue as to the basis for the prior discipline. She can testify as to the proper basis for the discipline. It's entirely relevant based on his case. He brought it it opened the door.
The district, there's no objection to the documents that have been entered in that were signed by Ms. Gildy. We've heard testimony from the district. They had this opportunity to put it on direct. And now we're looking to cure what was not put forward on direct testimony.
That's incorrect. It's not being offered to cure anything. It's being offered to rebut Mr. Pappas' testimony as to the basis for his discipline.
This body has the authority to regulate the scope of rebuttal. That's all I'll say.
Okay, I hear you, but I believe it's reasonably probative in light of everything that Mr. Pappas testified to. I am going to allow it. And I don't know how you're going to structure that, and I don't know how the court stenographer is going to be able to see that.
We'll set it up. Nick Clarkson will be setting it up.
And so will the audience as well, like will Mr. Pappas and Attorney Ralph be able to hear this
Yes,
testimony?
everybody will be able to hear.
All right.
Just have to make sure Nick's here. I don't know where Nick is. Let's take a 5-minute recess so they can set it up. It'll take 5 minutes. I'm aware that we have recess. Oh yeah, sure. They just have to find out where to have it.
You have a 5-minute recess. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
I don't have to have any meeting. It's just like having the phone, I need to test everything.
Yep.
All right, so we're back. Mr. Galtman has a rebuttal witness. We've already had issues as it relates to probative value, etc. I will say two things. The board is desirous of completing this tonight, and I know, Mr. Galtman, you're going to get mad at me, but the board, every board member says you have to get closer to that microphone so they can hear it. So I am going to allow you to proceed. This stenographer who's been so kind to suffer through this all these nights, I would ask you to swear this rebuttal witness in.
Hi, Ms. Fieldy. If you could please raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
I know you can hear her. Can't see her, but you can hear her. Okay. Mr. Galton.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Gildy. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Could you tell the board your experience with the Waynesboro Area School District as an employee?
Sure. I was employed at Waynesboro Area School District as the Human Resources Director from June of 2023 until mid-March of 2025.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed for Montgomery County government in Tennessee.
Okay. And why did you leave your employment with the district?
3 of our 4 children are still here in the state of Tennessee, and we were missing them terribly. And a recruiter reached out to me for this opportunity, and I just couldn't say no.
In what capacity were you employed prior to your time at the district?
Say that one more time, please.
In what capacity were you employed prior to the district?
Oh, prior to the district, I was the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management for the YMCA. And then prior to that, once we came to the Maryland, Pennsylvania area, I did some consulting for a nonprofit in Hagerstown.
And how long did you do that?
Oh gosh, I started there in 2013. So from 2013 to 2019, was at the Y from 2019 until I came to the district, and then at the district until I came to Tennessee.
And I believe you have in front of you the documents that were marked exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And if you could turn to the document marked as exhibit 14. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Well, before we start that, do you have any experience with Mr. Pappas?
Yes, we were colleagues during the time that I was employed there, and I would say we encountered each other and met pretty regularly.
Okay. And did you have cause to address him in terms of disciplinary matters?
Yes.
Okay. And on at least 1 or 2 instances, did you have cause to issue him a letter of reprimand and/or a suspension letter?
Yes.
And do you recall the substance of those matters?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
Some of the details are sketchy just because it's been a couple years.
Mr. Pappas indicated that in terms of the exhibit that's marked as 15, I believe you issued that letter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was dated August 11th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I'm not...
Which year, please? 2023
Yes.
or 2024? I'm just asking.
We're looking at Exhibit 15. I can submit to you that it says August 11, 2023 on the letter. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And it lists several instances that were at issue, and you drafted that letter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you issued that letter to Mr. Pappas on or about August 11th?
Yes.
In terms of the document, there were 5 issues that were identified. Did you discuss those 5 issues with Mr. Pappas prior to issuing him this letter?
Yes.
If you could turn to the second page, number 4. There's an item that's item number 4. It indicates inappropriate and unprofessional remarks relative to administrator, staff, or district expenditures. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And could you read under number 4 the second separate paragraph?
Yes, sir. We accept at face value your statement that you did not make those types of statements, but there would be a reason for concern if true. Those types of statements made in jest or in idle conversation have the propensity to undermine the effectiveness of central office staff who interact daily with other employees in the district.
Did you mean for that to be a suggestive directive to him?
No, sir, I did not mean it to be a suggestion. It was, in fact, a directive.
And can you tell me why you made that statement about statements made in jest or in idle conversation?
Just from what I stated in the letter, even if you're joking around, or just in a casual conversation with somebody, it really can undermine the work of your colleagues and your leadership.
And then there are, following that, there is numbers 1 through 6. It looks like that outlining and requiring the following.
Yes.
And what was the basis for those directives?
Really just looking at the things that had happened and trying to discuss the issues and provide a way forward. Basically saying we're requiring these things so we don't have to have this conversation about these same topics again.
Okay, if you could look at number 16.
Yes.
Do you know what this document is?
I believe it was a letter from Dr. Deschamps that was sent to Mr. Pappas in regards to some events that happened at an elementary principals meeting.
And you were CC'd on it?
I was, correct.
Did you have a discussion with either Mr. Pappas or Dr. Deschamps relating to this letter?
I don't remember having a conversation with Mr. Pappas about this letter, and in complete honesty, I don't necessarily remember specifically having a conversation with Dr. Deschamps, but it wouldn't have been unusual for us to talk about these things before, a letter was issued.
You did read it once you received it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like in the last paragraph, it indicates that these points were discussed and acknowledged at an investigatory meeting. Did you attend that meeting?
I did, yes.
Okay, and who else was present?
Mr. Pappas, I believe Ms. Everhart was there as well, and Dr. Deschamps.
Okay. And do you recall the upshot of that meeting?
I don't. I mean, the only thing that I remember about this meeting was that it took place in my office, and it didn't seem like it was controversial. I felt like it was a very productive meeting, but other than that, I don't have too many memories of this one.
Okay. Do you recall why you indicated moving forward, respectful and professional interactions are expected?
I mean, that's just kind of something that we would expect of anyone in a leadership position, really.
Okay. And if you could look at number 17.
Okay.
Did you draft that letter?
I did, yes.
And what is that letter?
This letter was the issuance of a 5-day suspension without pay.
And in his testimony relating to his ladder mill on this issue, Mr. Pappas indicated that Ms. Gildy told him that the school board was part of this. In other words, that they were behind this disciplinary letter. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate, other than the fact that I would have given them notice at some point that I was issuing this letter.
Were you told, did you ever tell Mr. Pappas that he was receiving this discipline because of either an administrative or board directive or because of any of the board members?
No, sir.
Did you ever cry in front of him?
I did not.
So if he were to say that, he would be being dishonest?
Yes.
The basis for the 5-day suspension, was that stated in the letter?
Yes.
Is that the accurate reason for the letter?
The reasons stated in the letter, yes, were the reasons why the 5-day suspension was issued.
Were there any other ulterior purposes that were for issuing this letter?
No, sir.
Mr. Pappas brought up an issue relating to the other employee. There was an incident relating to the reporting of misconduct by another staff member. That's number 3. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell us what the issue was what the problem was relating to Mr. Pappas's behavior in that instance?
I can. So when this situation occurred, Mr. Pappas brought this issue to my attention in the course of something else that we were meeting on. And I told him that I would absolutely take it back. And I'm at that point, because it is a staffing issue, obligated to report it to my supervisor, which I did. And when I talked to Dr. Sterner-Hein about it, she was already aware of the situation.
Okay, so...
And that matter was then investigated, and we issued disciplinary action in that staffing matter.
Were you concerned that it took several weeks for Mr. Pappas to report this incident to anyone?
Probably at the time. I don't recall exactly how long it was from the time that this incident occurred to the time that it was reported, to be honest.
I think Mr. Pappas indicated in his testimony that he sat on it for at least a week or two.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if it was a week or two, I would hope that, with the staffing issue at that level, it would have been reported sooner, but,
So what was your concern relating to this reporting issue?
Well, my concern was that it's another indication of, I think, and this is again my opinion in this particular instance, of a lack of trust, and another example of Mr. Pappas not going through his chain of command.
Okay. And you mentioned the trust issue. What did you mean by that?
I think one of the reasons, if I remember correctly, that he brought it to my attention was that he wasn't feeling confident that the message that he was conveying about the staff member would be received well. And to be honest, when I brought the issue forward, just to honor that, I made sure that I only discussed the information that was brought to me, not necessarily who brought it to me.
And speak to the issue of trust and Mr. Pappas. What's the
I just felt like there was an underlying theme that he had a hard time trusting his colleagues and leadership, and it just sometimes made things a little difficult to navigate.
And have you been following the hearing in Tennessee?
I have tried not to, honestly, just out of a little bit of a boundary in protecting my peace. But every now and then, I still do follow being the Waynesboro.
And
I have seen some of the comments that have come up there.
you've seen some of the comments, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And there's been an argument, or at least assertions that these are like small matters. Can you speak to that?
I'm going to object.
Go ahead.
I believe what council is asking about are Facebook comments that are not a part of the record.
So your objection is no testimony regarding Facebook opinion, correct?
I mean, if we want to start having Facebook
No.
testimony,
Is that what you're trying to?
Nobody's talking about Facebook testimony. I'm asking for.
Please, folks, let him talk into the mic. I guess she's asking for like an offer of proof where this is going.
Well, first of all, I'm not asking for her to repeat anybody's statements. And the fact is, you can discuss generalities without being able to discuss testimony. Nobody's testifying off of Facebook.
Go ahead.
we are asking a witness to testify as to her opinions on statements that have not been presented in the record.
No, I'm actually asking her opinion on this matter.
I
The
believe
charges that actually address.
And either rephrase it or I'm going to exclude it at this point, just based on the fact that I've been consistent. Counsel has indicated I would like to take judicial notice, all those kinds of things. I mean, if it has some direct relevance to what Mr. Pappas testified to, certainly, but as of, just Facebook and overall opinion, I'm not going to allow it in.
I'm not asking her about Facebook opinions. I'm asking about her opinion.
How about we rephrase the questions? But please speak into the mic.
I'm literally within 5 inches of the microphone.
All right. So I'm just going to say, school board members, would you like Mr. Galton to get closer to that mic? Yes. Okay. Please.
Ms. Gildy, you are understanding what the allegations are against Mr. Pappas in this instance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you find them to be petty?
I do not.
Can you explain that?
Sure. I think as somebody that has a little bit of context from my time there, I think very highly of Steve. I think he's a kind individual. I think he cares greatly for his students. But I think that some of the issues that were presented pretty regularly in terms of, chain of command, the distrust, those things can perhaps seem, to use your word, petty to others that don't have the full picture. But I think that there's a baseline expectation for people in leadership positions that they should know when it's okay to joke around about something or say something in front of an audience that might not be appropriate for that audience. In a leadership perspective, I would definitely say that I do not feel that it's petty.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Release for cross. Okay.
Ms. Gildy, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Kate Rowe, and I'm going to be asking you questions on cross. I can't see you. I don't know if you can see me, but I can hear
cannot.
you. Okay. That's all right. Thank you. You were not involved in the present decision to discipline Mr. Pappas, correct?
Correct.
You referenced that it's inappropriate for someone in leadership to, quote, joke around, right?
Correct.
Are you referencing in particular the allegation concerning canned meat?
If that was something that happened, I would include that. From my own personal experience, I'm referencing something that goes back to when I first started there, and I think it was probably the comment related to
Ms. Gildy?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you had testified concerning your knowledge of the current discipline, correct?
I wasn't there for the current discipline. All the documents that are in front of me are from 23 and 24. I was asked the question about the current situation, but I think very little of what happened.
Okay. Do you believe it is inappropriate for Mr. Pappas to bring a staff member concern to Human Resources? Do you believe that it is inappropriate for Mr. Pappas to bring a staff member concern to Human Resources?
Generally speaking, no, but when somebody's been given the directive to go to their chain of command, yes.
And Mr. Pappas had expressed concern of retaliation, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you did not use his name when reporting up the chain of command, correct?
That's correct.
I want to take your attention to Exhibit 15 that the district had provided you.
Yes.
And on the second page, page 2 of 2, at the very top, 4 inappropriate and unprofessional remarks relative to administrative staff. Do you see that?
Yes.
You wrote, "We accept at face value your statement that you did not make those types of statements." Correct?
Correct.
So we're assuming that Mr. Pappas did not make the statements that he's accused of here, correct?
I would say that we couldn't determine whether or not he said them, but we accepted his statement that he did not, correct.
Down at the bottom of this page, Exhibit 15, the second to last paragraph, you wrote, "We appreciate your honesty and open dialogue on a host of issues. Period. Overall, we thought we had a productive meeting and are satisfied we are able to discuss the issues prior to moving into the 2023-2024 school year." You wrote that, correct?
Correct.
You believe that that's true?
Yes, at the time of the writing, yes.
Okay, that this was a productive meeting?
Yes.
And you were appreciative of his honesty?
Yes.
And open dialogue?
Yes.
Mr. Pappas had raised concerns with you concerning Ms. McDonald, isn't that right?
Yes.
And in fact, he emailed you on April 8th of 2024 looking for your assistance in handling a matter with Ms. McDonald, isn't that right?
I do not remember that.
I will represent to you that this was an exhibit presented by the administration this evening. An email drafted to you asking to meet with you that week. Did you meet with Mr. Pappas concerning Ms. McDonald?
I do not remember.
No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Very briefly, you mentioned at the end of the exhibit number 15 that you thought you had a productive meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you still feel that way in August of 2024 when you were providing him with a 5-day suspension without pay?
Do I still feel the meeting from August of 2023 was productive?
Yeah, after having going through what he was accused of in August of 2024.
I mean, that's a difficult question to answer. At the time I wrote the letter of August of 2023, I felt it was productive. It's a little frustrating to be back, talking about those same issues later. Obviously, if we felt like they were resolved, we would not have gone the progressive discipline route.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Welcome.
Anything else? Recross?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Galtman, is Colleen Gilday released?
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We can disconnect and move that board out of the way, please, whoever's supposed to do that. Please, thank you. You gonna work on your next witness?
Yeah, I'm getting. Good job.
Are you ready to go?
Jason Pyatt.
But I didn't.
Jason Pyatt.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the stenographer to weigh him in, and then I would ask you to just spell the last name for the record, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can turn each turn on.
And my last name is spelled Pyatt, P as in Paul, I-A-T-T as in Tom.
I would like to request an offer of proof on this witness.
Mr. Pappas has put his character in issue in this case. Mr. Pyatt is going to speak to that issue. Mr. Pappas has put his character into the issue, and part of the case. And Mr. Pyatt is going to address that issue.
Okay, in relation to what?
Thank you.
Mr. Pappas indicated that his concern is all about the students. He's going to testify about this particular instance with this particular student.
I'm going to object that this is outside of the scope of the charges, outside of the scope of direct.
Mr. Pappas raised the issue by putting his character in the issue.
We're not going to allow this, correct? Hold on. I'm looking down. No? No? So you know the board can't hear. I mean, I just don't know what it's in reference to, but the majority of the board at this point just doesn't, at least up at this side, has indicated the relevance of it.
Mr. Pappas has put credibility and his character into issue with his testimony. He's speaking. He has spoken.
Folks, come on.
Relating to his treatment of children and students and care for the students. And I believe we have the right to rebut that.
Hold on. I'm just going to block them all. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. So I understand your offer of proof. We have caucus out in sidebar. In all due respect, Mr. Paya, we are not going to allow this testimony on the record at in this proceeding. And I'm not going to say at this point in time, we're just not going to allow the testimony, despite the offer of proof. We're not sure that it's probative, given the fact that this is the fourth night of hearing, and we could open up a Pandora's box. We're going to have a rabbit hole that will never end. So, hold on.
I would like to put my objection on the record. That's all. Thank you.
That's fine. It's duly noted. Next witness, please. Thank you for coming in anyway, sir. All right. You have another rebuttal witness?
Yeah.
Somebody went to get him? Okay, I didn't see who went to get him. Okay. We are going to get done.
Oh, yeah.
To the board members, don't read it yet because it hasn't been provided to opposing counsel.
Thank you.
I know what it is now. Hi there. Please don't be nervous.
Next witness is Jocelyn Pence.
We can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
And swear the witness in.
Okay.
I'm still reading the statement, if I could.
Yes. Give her a moment.
I'm also going to object to this witness as irrelevant and going towards allegations that are not part of the charges here.
All right. So I read it. I also know in the hall that Mr. Goldman indicated that this was going to be similar to one of Mr. Pappas's witnesses that came in to read a statement on his behalf.
Except that Mr. Pappas's witnesses testified concerning specific facts and allegations at issue. This is a character attack.
No, it's a witness who's testifying as to what she reviewed and saw with her own eyes and heard with her own ears. I'm entitled to rebut their case in chief.
If you want to have a brief discussion out in the hall, I'm willing to do that.
Rebuttal testimony.
We'll be back in less than 5 minutes. So, I know this is a little unusual, but Mr. Pappas, I would like to ask your witness a question here. I mean, Mr. Galtman, sorry about that. I was looking at you and I said, Mr. Pappas, I would like to ask that witness a question before. So, in regard to this statement here, you have firsthand knowledge of this.
Yes.
Okay. That you've heard these things.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to allow her to read this statement. Yes.
I was in the meetings and heard it.
Okay. Attorney Rao.
I still have the same objection.
I hear you. For purposes if we ever have this go further, I mean, the issue has been brought forward relative to character, credibility, things that Colleen Gilday has referenced have been included in past documents. Questions were asked as it relates to, so you accepted this at face value and moved on. Then we went to the 24 5-day suspension. I believe there's a common thread here that goes to the overall arching issue, and we are going to allow her to, I assume she's going to read the statement.
Yes.
All right.
So she's sworn in.
Has she been sworn in yet? Can you please swear her in?
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And real quick, could you bring the microphone a little bit closer to you? Just so we can hear it. Can you spell your first and last name?
Jocelyn, Jocelyn, Pence, Pence. I have worked as the Secretary Administrative Assistant to the Assistant Superintendent since late August of 2023. Dr. DeShong is who I worked for from the time of my start in this role through June of 2025. I now work for Dr. McCallum. One of the responsibilities of my job is to attend and take notes at the monthly principals meetings. My experience of Steve Pappas during those meetings is that he has been consistently dishonoring, negative, and snarky in much of his communication during those meetings. I remember at the first couple of principals meetings I attended, I was shocked that Steve could say the things he said in front of everyone in a meeting and still have a job at the district. I remember going home and saying to my husband that I didn't know how Steve wasn't fired. At any other place that I have worked, if I would have spoken that way towards anyone in the room, I would have been fired. Years ago, I worked as an administrative assistant to the senior executives of a large distribution center. I did that job for 5 years. The kind of behavior that Mr. Pappas displays, negative, pointed, bitter words and comments and attitude, was considered unacceptable, and it was not tolerated there. How shocking it was to me that it was being tolerated in the school district. I do not remember the dates, times, or details of all the comments that Steve has said over the 2 years of principals meetings that I have sat in, but I do know that at almost every meeting, I would experience the same thing. Steve's multiple snarky, negative, disrespectful comments during the meetings. I remember some of the comments were more pointed at a person, whether it be an authority or a peer, and some comments were more pointed at and negative about the district. It happened often enough that eventually I just had to learn to ignore it. To me, that is not how you speak to your boss or your peers, through sarcastic, snarky, negative words. It is disrespectful to everyone in the room, as it leaves everyone feeling awkward and sometimes frustrated. I experienced this too many times in these meetings. This has been a struggle for me personally in my role here at the district. To witness someone being so overtly dishonoring to the district, to their peers, and to authority when I feel these people deserve respect. One time I went to Dr. DeShong after a meeting and I told him how Steve's complete disrespect of him bothered me. Dr. DeShong listened to my concern, but he said almost nothing in return other than to make sure that I was okay and to thank me for sharing that with him. He did not say anything negative to me about Steve, who I had just witnessed being so disrespectful towards him. For me, this was difficult, to watch Dr. DeShong, a good and brilliant leader who was serving our district, be so dishonored by Mr. Pappas. I personally believe that there is a way to disagree, to ask questions, and to even challenge while still being respectful. It truly has been disappointing to witness time and again the exact opposite of respect from someone who is supposed to be a leader of an entire school within the district, Mr. Pappas. The reason I came forward to speak in this situation is because I personally am passionate about living with a spirit of honor towards others. Having to witness the type of negativity and disrespect that Mr. Pappas has brought to the working environment over and over, especially when it has been directed at my boss, has been extremely upsetting to me. The way someone communicates with and treats another is important. It's important to the culture of the whole district. In my experience, Mr. Pappas has demonstrated a consistent lack of honor and respect towards peers and authority in the district.
you have, Mr. Galtman, do you have any other questions of this witness?
No question.
Attorney Rao Cross.
Thank you, Ms. Pence. You were never asked to participate in any kind of investigation related to Mr. Pappas, were you?
No.
You were never asked questions by the administration concerning your observations of Mr. Pappas, isn't that right?
No? Like, you mean like for this thing here?
Correct.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Pappas believes that you are a kind woman. Do you know that?
I don't know that.
You attended ethics training where Mr. Pappas was teaching. Do you remember that?
I don't.
On August 7th, do you recall attending the ethics training where Mr. Pappas was directed to provide a course for new teachers?
I do set up like the snacks and like get the room ready, but I don't participate in those like trainings. I'm there, like I'm usually coming in and out of the room, like do we need napkins or what else am I setting up for? So that is a part of the training that new teachers get, but I don't sit there and actually take the training.
You sat through this training though, correct?
I don't recall that. Maybe I did. I don't recall that.
You don't have any complaints from that training, correct? Concerning Mr. Pappas?
No, my mind is trying to take care of all the details of, because I'm the host. I'm hosting.
Sure. You've heard Dr. McCallum curse in the office, right?
I don't know. These are not things I take notes of. I
Please, sir.
You report.
Jack, that exceeds the scope of her direct testimony.
You report to Dr. McCallum, correct?
Okay, just addressing Mr. Galtman, I'm going to allow her to answer the question.
Thank you. You report to Dr. McCallum, correct?
I do, yes.
Did you prepare the statement yourself?
I did.
Who did you give it to?
I gave it to Rita.
I'm sorry, to who?
Like when I wrote it up and I had to sign it so that we could give it to the lawyer, so I had to like give it to Rita so she could give it to the lawyer.
Okay, so you gave it to Dr. Sterner-Hein?
Yes.
When did you provide it to Dr. Sterner-Hein?
Monday? Or no, maybe, I can't remember. It was either Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
It was this week.
Are you nervous to be testifying today?
Well, yeah, I think
Could
anybody
you
probably.
just speak into that a little while?
I said, yes, I would think anybody would be nervous in this situation.
And you provided this statement to Dr. Sterner-Hein on Monday, correct? Or Tuesday?
Yeah.
Did you provide a copy of the statement to anybody else?
No.
Why did you prepare this statement?
Because I feel like it's important to be honoring to the people that you work with.
Mr. Pappas never spoke to you in a disrespectful manner, isn't that right?
Correct.
Mr. Pappas was always respectful to you, correct?
To me personally, yes.
And he was professional to you, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Pence, you are aware that principal meetings are not a part of the charges here today, correct? You can say, if you don't know, that's okay too.
I don't know that I know what all those specific charges were as far as if it was principal's meetings or not. That's my experience.
You wrote this statement concerning Mr. Pappas. Did anyone ask you to do that?
Well, Dr. Sternheim had asked if I would be willing to testify, and I said absolutely yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Did anyone tell you what to write?
No, not at all.
Did you offer to write what you wrote?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
I have no recross.
I didn't hear.
No recross.
No recross. So thank you for coming forward to testify. You are excused. You have somebody going for another witness?
It doesn't matter.
All right, we're getting ready to go back on the record. Hi there.
Hello.
There's a stenographer that's going to swear you in, and I'm just going to ask you to spell your last name after Mr. Dalton asks you your full name, just so it's clear on the record.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You state your full legal name for the record and just spell your last name.
Michaelia Conn, Conn.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Khan. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
You testified here on one of the other nights, correct? You testified here at the hearing previously, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you some follow-up questions in testimony. In your statement in the earlier testimony, you testified relating to an interaction that you had with Mr. Pappas at a restaurant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Pappas has testified on several occasions now that that meeting took place sometime after dinner. It's like 7-ish is what he said. Do you recall that? Did you see him testify to that effect?
Yes, I did hear him say that.
And I'm going to show you a document. Well, let me ask you a question. Is that accurate?
No, it is not.
What time did you interact with Mr. Pappas at the restaurant?
Sometime between 12:57 p.m. and 1:40 p.m.
So in the afternoon, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mr. Galton, one question. Heard him testify as it relates to what time. What's the witness's knowledge of what Mr. Pappas testified to as to the time of events? From the time that he testified the first time around or the second time on cross-examination?
You can answer that if you like.
Well, there's plenty of people live streaming it, and I was able to go back and watch that. So on Friday, January 30th, he testified that it was after 7 p.m.
Okay. All right, please keep it.
So I just love an objection here. A, this is a duplicated witness. She's already testified her timing, her understanding of the timing, and she did not maintain sequestration.
She's not subject to sequestration once she testified. All the witnesses have been released from the sequestration.
All right.
And I would indicate that
I just want to know, are you recalling her to testify about something she already testified to? Or is there something different from his testimony that you're going to ask her? Can we get to that?
Yes, that's what we're getting to.
Okay.
May I approach? So I can get it.
You got to get it to the other side.
I believe that this document.
You want to go out? You want to go outside? You want to put it, or do you want to put it on the record? I don't know what it is. That's fine.
These are images, and I believe what Attorney Galtman is trying to do is demonstrate a timestamp when the incident at Red Run Grill allegedly took place. I believe that's all this is here for.
Is that
it?
Is that it?
And I'm going to object to relevance.
Let me ask this. Can you, based on that, can we have a stipulation as to the time? I mean, Mr. Pappas said, I think it's the dinnerish time, and I'm just like, can we just get a time? If we know?
I don't believe the
Folks.
I don't believe the timing of the meal is really substantive here.
Both parties have diametrically different stories of what occurred. It's a credibility issue.
I just want to know if we can just stipulate to the time of whatever that document is.
I think we can stipulate that it might have been at 1 o'clock or around 1 o'clock, or it might have been after dinner time. I don't believe that it's relevant. I mean, these are images that could have.
I just want to know if we can do it.
I can't hear what Mr. Galtman's saying.
He says it goes to veracity and credibility. I'm just saying, can we get?
Richard, I cannot hear you. I'm not being dramatic. I cannot hear you when you're talking that direction.
Can we arrive at a time based on this that just gives a time sequence at the end of the day? Just tell me what, or let me look at it.
You may absolutely look at it.
Right.
I don't believe that it's relevant. I will object to that.
No, I'm just saying. All right. So this is my question. What time do you say this all transpired?
I arrived at Red Run Grill at 12:57 p.m. and I left by 1:40.
All right. Is that your testimony? Is that your testimony from before?
I want to ask what you're asking transpired, because what he is testifying is vastly different from the truth. So I don't want to say that
I just want to know, is time an issue, Mr. Galtman, as to the time?
When two people give a story and the stories are diametrically opposed, it goes to veracity and accuracy.
I understand that.
Yes,
I'm just
and
trying to
in
say
reality, she's got evidence of when she was there and when she wasn't there.
Right. I just want to understand, Mr. Galtman, is Mrs. Khan trying to go back to revisit and say, I testified before this was at the lunchtime period, 12:57 to 1:45. If she's already testified to that, we can already judge credibility on that issue. Is there something else that she's going to testify to?
Yes.
All right.
First of all,
offer proof.
I am again going to object. It is not new that Ms. Khan had said that this occurred over lunchtime and that Mr. Pappas had testified at the Louder Mill that this had happened in the evening.
Right.
It is not a surprise to the administration that there was a timing difference. They are bringing up additional duplicative evidence now so that they can retry facts that they failed to prove on
Go ahead.
Unless and until Mr. Pappas testified, there was no testimony on the record as to his story as to what occurred. The fact is, this witness is rebutting his testimony, and the evidence is presented. The testimony has already been made. The documentation is what's at issue here. The district has a right to rebut his argument.
All I'm asking for, I'm not trying to be difficult, I just want to know she's already testified to the time.
Yes.
That's done.
Right.
We don't really want to hear the time thing again.
But she has said what the time is. He has said what the time is. She's presenting evidence as to that time. That goes to her credibility and his credibility.
The board can sort that through. We just want to know, at the end of the day, is she going to testify to something different than what she had in direct testimony as to what he said, other than the time?
She is going to testify that she was there at a specific time, and here's the evidence of that fact. And she's going to testify as to other parts of Mr. Pappas' testimony. That's what rebuttal testimony is for.
No.
Yes, it is. It's to fill in blanks. It's to clarify. It is to clarify.
All right, guys. Yes. I'm just asking. Anything else? I mean, she already testified to the time. Then, okay, you've offered that she took a picture of the time that she was at the restaurant.
And the time that she was at home.
All right, guys. Yes. I just don't understand the relevance of the time thing. If it's something that he said is different.
The relevance is that Mr. Pappas is saying A occurred, and Ms. Khan is saying B occurred. It goes to their credibility and veracity as to all the issues that are in that conversation.
All right. So I'm just going to say that we'll just look at this and say, okay, you presented a document, now putting it in, that said she was there at that particular time. Let's now move on.
What is the downside of putting a document? What is the objection to putting the document into evidence? What is the objection other than relevance, which I believe it is relevant? It speaks to a particular issue, which is when they actually met, which contradicts Mr. Pappas' testimony.
Yes, there is a date.
Yes.
It's just a picture of the restaurant.
There are other pictures in
Mr. Goldman, we're taking, the question was asked up here, does it have a date stamp on it?
The
And
answer
it
is
does.
yes.
It has September 27, 2025, 12:57 p.m. I just want to know, beyond that, is there other testimony
Yes.
that she has that is different from what she testified originally as to what Mr. Pappas talked to
Yes.
beside the time?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get to that.
So is the document being brought in or not? Are you rejecting the
No,
document?
we're not accepting this particular because we've already said it's date stamp 1257.
On what basis are you rejecting the document?
Because we just said she presented this document. We will be able to sort it out.
Can I ask her a few more questions then?
You can ask her questions about what had been discussed other than what Mr. Pappas, she said X, he said Y. If you believe that she's going to testify to something different as to his Y, that is fair game.
What I was trying to accomplish here.
Okay.
All due respect.
Well, we beat this horse to death. We're going to move on. If you have a question for her as it relates to, let's get it on the record.
Ms. Khan,
Yes.
in the pictures that you took, you also took pictures of your family in your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are those also dated?
Wait, objection. Didn't we just talk about this?
How does the pictures of the home relate to the restaurant?
If you allow me to ask the question and
Look,
answer.
hold on, let me answer.
If you allow me to ask the question and have her answer it, you'll have the answer.
All right, I'm going to reserve until she answers that, how it relates to the time.
What were the purposes of the other pictures?
Because Mr. Pappas lied about an interaction. Essentially, the whole story was false, but the time was definitely false, and that was the one element of his story that I did have proof was untrue.
And what do the pictures indicate, the other pictures indicate, other than the restaurant?
They show that I was at my home around the time that Mr. Pappas is claiming that I was at Red Rum Grill.
All right. And folks can't hear. So your testimony is the other pictures show that you were at home at the time that he alleges this encounter occurred at the restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else besides
No, as I just want to make sure we're clear on what the pictures show.
All right. So that is different. That is different than what was testified to. We don't need the pictures. We're limiting that testimony. Do you have any questions for Cross?
Yes. I'm not done. I'm not done with
Right.
that.
What else?
Mr. Pappas testified that he spoke with you on September 11th relating to being late and calling the parent. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes, he did testify that.
Okay. Was it accurate that he spoke to you that day about being late and calling the parent?
No.
Did that happen?
No.
What did happen?
Mr. Pappas did come to my room that day, and he had asked me to shut the door, and he wanted to know what I had told my director and my assistant director of special education.
In terms of the student issue that day?
Yes, in terms of the wheelchair incident earlier that day.
If he had spoken to you relating to calling the parent, what would you have said?
Objection calls for speculation.
I agree. I'm not going to allow her to answer that.
Were you required to call the parent?
on that, as to that incident?
No, I was not.
Who is required to call the parent?
The IEP clearly states that the school nurse will call the parent after a fall.
And were you told that whether the principal or the nurse called the parent?
Mr. Pappas told me that he and the school nurse were going to make the phone call.
When did he tell you that?
He told me that while we were still trying to get the child off of the van.
That was when Mr. Pappas was on the scene?
Yes.
You recall what, if anything, you said to him?
No.
Do you recall if he told you anything else?
No, other than to wait to call the parent because he and the school nurse would take care of it. And I did not argue because per the IEP, that is what's to happen.
So you did not have a conversation with Mr. Pappas relating to whether you failed to call the parent?
I did not.
Did he discuss with you your being late that day?
No, he did not.
Have you ever received any letter of discipline from Mr. Pappas relating to being late or not calling the parent?
No.
Do you know Mr. Pappas's awareness of the IEP is in that case?
I know that he has access to it through our student information system. I also know that he signed it after the child's IEP meeting, and I was also required to make informational binders. And there was a IEP summary sheet, which includes all of the students' specially designed instruction, including the fact that the nurse is to call the parent. And I had made those binders. I made 12 of them. They were available in 9 different locations throughout our building.
When was the student's last IEP?
April 7th, 2025.
And do you know if Mr. Pappas participated in that IEP meeting?
The meeting was held virtually. I was in the meeting with the parent for 47 minutes. Mr. Pappas attended the meeting for 5 minutes.
And did Mr. Pappas sign off on the IEP?
He did. He signed the IEP electronically after viewing it for 15 seconds.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
I just didn't hear your last comment on that.
I said I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross.
Ms. Khan, these images that you have presented here don't contain any metadata. Is that correct?
I guess. I'm not tech savvy. I screenshotted a photo that I took on my phone, which it does state that.
Those IEP binders that you were referencing just now, those aren't here, are they?
They are not.
The student that was involved in the incident on September 11th withdrew from the school after Mr. Pappas was put on leave, correct?
I believe so. I don't remember his exact withdrawal date. He was on homebound instruction for a while, so I don't know the exact timeline.
On September 11th, you testified that you were on the scene of this incident, correct?
Yes.
You were not there when it happened, right?
That is correct.
What time did you arrive?
We already discussed this, and I said I believe that I arrived around 8:10.
Are you sure it was 8:10?
I just said I believe it was around 8:10. I was not watching my watch.
And when Mr. Pappas arrived, you were on your phone, correct?
Yes, I was.
Who were you on your phone with?
I was on the phone with Tammy Richards, who is our Assistant Director of Special Education.
Was Miss Richard on scene?
She did come after I called her.
I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you. You're excused. Mr. Galtman, how many more witnesses do you have? 2.
I thought we had 4.
right.
Possibly.
Yep. She's not.
Is your witness in the building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a
Is your witness close?
Yeah.
somebody's going to get them or somebody's texting. Okay. All right. Hi there.
Our next witness is Lindsay Salmon.
I would like to request an offer of proof.
Lindsay Salmon is the librarian who was referenced almost exclusively in the testimony of both witnesses and Mr. Pappas. So, and things have been attributed to her and said, and other things that she witnessed. She's definitely a rebuttal witness.
Ms. Salmon was referenced, just as Ms. Kahn was referenced, in the Loudermill, and we knew that Ms. Salmon was present at the instances that took place prior to these charges being presented to the board. Ms. Salmon, if the district administration wanted to call Ms. Salmon, she should have been called initially in their case in chief. The district administration is looking to get a second bite at the apple.
No, we're actually just trying to make sure that the record is clear, and that's what rebuttal testimony is for. There is no requirement to call a witness in your case in chief in order to call them on rebuttal.
Everything's good. All right. You made an offer. You objected. We believe it's probative, but I don't want to go so far afield that we're like, if there's a specific piece of testimony that is specific to her and what has been raised, we're trying to center in on that. And that's what we would ask you to try to narrow the scope if possible.
Okay. My bad.
And I just want to verify, you have one more witness.
Yeah, I have one more witness after this.
You promise?
Well, I'm going to ask you to let me sit and talk with my client before I make that call.
All right.
Just
All right,
like we always
let's-
do
let's-
before you continue,
let's go.
continue or not.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If you can speak a little bit closer.
Yes.
Can you state your position with the district?
I am school librarian at Summit View and Hooverville Elementary.
And how long have you been in that position?
Just this school year.
And what was your position or employment prior to that?
Prior to this, I was employed at St. Andrew Catholic School for 18 years. I served as the second grade teacher for 9 years, and I served as principal for 9 years.
And you are currently in your first year at this district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you participated from, let me ask you a question. When did you first come to the district? When was your first day on the job?
I guess my first official day would have been August 12th, first day of professional development.
Okay. And were you part of the new teacher induction?
Yes.
And were you present when Mr. Pappas indicated whether or not you had to join the union or not?
Yes.
And do you recall what if anything he said?
He said that in conversation before the union had spoke to us that we had a choice to join the union. My mentor, Jen Smith, replied back to him that it would probably be a good idea for new teachers to join the union for their protection. His response back was that he was just letting us know that we did not have to join the union, but if we didn't want to, we could save our money because he protects his teachers.
And did you have a meeting, or did you have a tour of the building before you started your job?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
It was sometime in the middle of June.
And did you meet with Mr. Pappas at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did he bring up the fact that you had a choice to join the union at that time as well?
Yes, he did.
What, if anything, did he say?
I'm not sure the conversation surrounding it, but in
telling me about all of the new things with the district, he did tell me that I had a choice of whether or not I could join the union.
Did you already know that?
Yes.
And when you were in the touring the building, and did you have a cause to see the library?
I did.
Okay. And what was the condition of the library when you saw it?
At the time, I mean, as a building administrator, I know that in the summer things are a little messy, and the library tends to be the holding place, so I wasn't quite concerned at that time. I did notice that there were some books in places that didn't quite make sense to me, but as a novice librarian, I didn't question it at that time, and that's kind of where I left it at that point.
Okay, you said some books. Would you say there were more than a few?
Yes.
Okay, a lot?
Yes.
Okay, so not just a few books.
Correct.
Would you describe it as being in disarray?
I don't want to offend people here tonight. Everyone has a personal opinion. I personally felt that it was disorganized.
Okay. Had you talked to Ms. Snowberger by then?
No.
At any time between the time you took the job and the time of your first day, had you talked to Ms. Snowberger?
No.
Did she contact you or reach out to you?
She called my place of employment the day after I was hired. At the time, I still had a month and a half left on my contract, so calling her wasn't really at the forefront of my mind because I had to wrap up what was happening at my other position.
Did she call you any time after June?
No.
And can you describe when you were on your first day at the job?
Are we August 12th?
Well, did you go in a little earlier than that?
Yes. I had a meeting scheduled with my mentor on July 31st. I hadn't had a chance to be in the library at all because Summit View was the last building to be cleaned. So I hadn't had a chance to really go in and do anything to get the library ready for the school year. I had a meeting scheduled with Jen Smith at 10 a.m. here at Hooverville, and I decided to go in early, and I stopped at Summit View just to grab some pictures so that I could go pick up some decor to get my library ready for the school year. When I got there, I guess I was a little frustrated because there was a librarian's office that was shown to me in June, which was no longer there, and all the contents of that librarian's office was dumped on the circulation desk. Additionally, some bookshelves had been removed, and there were books then just tossed on top of shelves. Not just some, it was lots of books stacked on top of shelves. So I grabbed some pictures and then proceeded over here to talk with my mentor, Jen Smith. And during that meeting, she immediately asked me what my needs were, and I said that I was a little concerned that it was going to be a lot of work to get the library ready for the start of the school year, and she said, let's take a drive over and we'll look at this together. Again, I was a novice librarian, so I was taking her lead, and that's kind of where it went from there.
Okay, and then what happened?
When we arrived at Summit View, she kind of took a tour around the shelves, took a look at some of the conditions of the books, and she let me know that she was going to be contacting the other district librarian from Fairview, and that they would help me out the following week while I was in induction and get the library ready for me so that I would be ready to go for the start of the school year. And then we parted ways because I was leaving for a long weekend vacation.
Okay, and then what happened?
Monday, I received a text from Jen that they were in the Summit View Library working with some volunteers, and they were starting the weeding process. Around 2 o'clock, I was able to come in and sort of not really assist because I wasn't sure what to do at that point. I was simply just trying to get my circulation desk organized and cleaned up so that I could kind of make a dent somewhere and be productive.
Okay. Did you have any communication with Mr. Pappas at that time?
On Monday, no, I did not. I believe he was on vacation.
When
if anything, did you speak with Mr. Pappas relating to the library?
I believe it was Tuesday, August 12th. We had our first professional development day. Wait, I'm getting dates mixed up here. Which?
Okay.
What?
You wrote a summary about what occurred between July 31st and August, I believe it's August.
Correct.
Actually into September, is that correct?
Correct.
Bless you. Do you recall writing this summary?
Yes.
Do you recall why you wrote this summary?
Yes.
Why did you write this summary?
I wrote the summary on the evening of August 14th after I was questioned by Mr. Pappas in the hallway about my attendance at a professional development day. And it was, I know, relating to the reset of Destiny. He was questioning whether I was present at the in-service, if I attended the agenda according to the meetings that were scheduled, and asked what we were doing in the program Destiny during the in-service. At that point, I went home and I felt like I needed to document what occurred for protection for myself.
And why did you feel that way?
I knew that although I had not talked to Jen and Lauren about it, because Mr. Pappas had asked me to no longer speak to my mentor about the books, I knew that they were nervous, and so I felt as though perhaps that I should also document to protect myself.
Okay. And could you look at P1, which is in the binder to your right? I will submit to you that Mr. Pappas testified that he took these pictures of the library on, I believe it was August 8th.
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of what the books look like?
After they were weeded, yes.
And the books on the top shelf of the shelves, what were their intention?
Yes.
What was the intention? What was the intention?
The intention at that time was for the pre-K aide. I'm not sure of her name. She was going to come and, well, first it was going to be offered up to all of the teachers in the building. And then what they did not want, the pre-K aide was willing to come and box them up and take them to our local daycares and preschools and the free little library boxes around town. And then what was left, she was going to try to donate to other avenues. I think book sales for churches.
Okay. And did you participate in the weeding process at all?
I did not participate in the weeding process. I did assist with what you call removing ownership from the books, which is stamping discard in the front and the back cover of each book.
If you could look at P8 in that same binder. When you're there. It should be the first page following the tab that says 8.
Yes.
Okay, do you see that it says Rebecca McDonald at the top?
Yes.
Who is Rebecca McDonald?
She was the library assistant.
Okay. And she wrote this statement. Looking at the statement, if you look at the first paragraph, it indicates towards the bottom, it says, they came in without Mr. Pappas' knowledge and discarded approximately 3,000 books that our taxpayers had paid for. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, this included many popular books in good condition. Is that an accurate statement?
No, that is not an accurate statement. They were not in good condition.
Okay. And they threw away items I used and reorganized my entire station. Did you throw away items that Ms. McDonald used and reorganized her entire station?
Well, at that point, like I said, the entire contents of the librarian's office had been dumped on the circulation desk. I did not know what belonged where, and so as a new teacher to any classroom, I felt that I had the autonomy to reorganize and decorate as I saw fit best for me. So I perhaps did move some of her things.
Is that unusual for a new teacher to establish her classroom or library?
Not in my experience.
And it says there was no consideration given as to what types of books our students liked or that I knew how to maintain the library. Is that accurate?
No, that is not accurate because we knew the ones that were falling apart that were popular titles. They were placed on a cart so that I could make a list to reorder them for the students in good condition.
And in terms of the second paragraph, it indicates it was suggested that maybe the company Follett could undo the discards. Ms. Salmon then provided Mr. Pappas with contact information for Follett. Is that accurate?
No, that is not.
What is accurate?
That afternoon, we had no scheduled meeting that I knew of. Mr. Pappas stopped by the library. He asked how things were going. Ms. McDonald said, "What's the game plan for the books?" He shared that his idea was that he was going to see if he could call Follett to see if he could reset it back in time. He then asked Ms. McDonald to get the phone number for the company. I did not have access to Follett at this time, so I could not have written that for him. And that was the time, at that time, he told me that he no longer wanted me to speak to Jen Smith about the discarded books.
And in terms of the books, do you know what eventually occurred with those books?
Yes, I do.
What happened?
Well, I was uncomfortable doing anything with the books, even after a decision was made by Dr. McCallum. I met with Mr. Pappas for my first observation on September 24th. At that time, I wanted to share with him my idea, and he said that he didn't want any more part of it, that Diane said that Jen and I would be discarding the books, so I dropped it again at that point. And I did not do anything with the books until Dr. McCallum came to me in mid-October and told me that I needed to have the teachers come in, go through the books and see what they wanted for their classroom libraries, and then the pre-K aide would be able to take the rest and carry out the plan as we had from the start. She took them to our local daycares and preschools and the little free libraries.
And what is the condition of the library now?
My personal opinion, I'm very proud of our library at Summit View, and I welcome you all to come visit.
Okay, and were there any other inaccuracies that you wanted to address?
No.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Becky McDonald before she quit?
Ms. McDonald and I did not have a relationship.
Why is that?
As I said before, I can't speak to someone else's character. I do feel that she was upset with me about the library, but we only worked together a few days, so our conversations were very limited before she moved on to her new position.
So if I understand it correctly, Jen Smith was reading the books to assist you in setting up the library. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about how you would understand whether a book is popular with the students in your school?
You get an idea of what sections are more popular with students. There is data that you can pull up on Follett to see the amount of times that a book is checked out or not checked out, and decisions based on popularity can be made from there.
Do you recall when the system shut down?
Yes.
And what occurred that day?
We were attending our second day of professional development at Fairview Elementary. The librarians or specialists had a break at some point. I believe it was between 10 and 11. I'm not sure of that exact time frame. But Mr. Erickson from the IT department was coming to meet with the elementary librarians to do a transfer from Sapphire into Follett. When we all tried to log into our programs, I had newly just gotten access, and now I no longer was able to get in. And then the other librarians could see that all of everything that they had done in their systems had been backtracked. And from that point, Mr. Erickson told us not to get in Destiny anymore until we heard back from him.
I'm going to show you a document. Just want to make sure it's the right document before I show opposing counsel.
Please show it to opposing counsel.
Well, I want to make sure it's the right document before I do.
Yes.
Is that the document you created that you just referred to before?
Yes.
For the sake of not having to ask the witness all the questions that are involved, I'd like to submit this document.
First off, I didn't hear everything you had to say.
For the purpose
Two,
of
you're going to have to give
brevity.
it to opposing counsel.
I am. For the purpose of brevity, I'd like to present this as an exhibit rather than have her testify through each of the document pages. That's okay with opposing counsel.
I'll have to review the document
Correct.
first. Thank you. Thank you.
Jen.
All right, we're going back on record. Yes, it's on record.
This document is duplicative, I believe, of testimony that's already been presented.
I just don't know what it is, though.
I mean, Attorney Galtman can explain what it is, but it seems to be Ms. Salmon's notes from the period of July 31st through October 10th.
Okay.
And images of emails that we've already entered into evidence.
I'm going to ask you to respond. I can't see it. Usually, the court or somebody will see it, touch it, and say, how is it relevant?
That's fine. Ms. Salmon testified that she created this document as a way of referencing what had occurred. I was simply trying to short circuit the timing on this.
All right. Am I permitted to see it? I feel like I'm doing this in the dark without knowing what it is.
Ultimately, I'll leave for you guys.
I know it was prepared, but I personally don't see a need to introduce this in evidence. I do agree that some of this is duplicative. We have the witness's testimony. I don't believe it's necessary to enter it in, so I'm going to say it doesn't come in.
I have nothing for you.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon. On Friday, February 6th, were you pulled into a meeting with Dr. Sterner-Hein?
Yes.
During that meeting, did you also meet with Mr. Galtman?
Yes.
Were you asked to provide this statement at that meeting?
Yes.
Prior to that meeting, had you ever been interviewed by a member of the administration concerning the issue with the weeding process?
No.
Prior to that meeting, had you ever been interviewed by the administration concerning comments Mr. Pappas made about the WAEA?
No.
So the first time you were approached concerning this was Friday, February 6th, is that right?
I believe it was Wednesday, February 4th.
Oh, Wednesday, February 4th, excuse me. Now you had testified, I think twice, that you're a novice librarian, is that right?
Correct.
This is your first librarian job?
Yes.
You don't have a librarian certificate, do you?
Yes, I do.
When did you get that?
August 8th of this year. Or of last year, 2025.
What is your library certificate?
School librarian, K-12.
It's not a long-term sub certificate?
It is not.
You didn't speak to Mr. Pappas about this concern, did you?
No, I did not.
You spoke to Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Did you speak to Rebecca McDonald about your concerns?
Rebecca McDonald did not start work until August 12th, so no, I did not speak to her about that.
Well, and that's something I want to clarify here, because you testified that your first day was August 12th, but that you also had new teacher orientation on August 6th, and that you had also been in the library a few times over the summer. What was your actual first day in Summit?
I would say my contract starts August 12th, was our first day in service.
Were you paid for the work that you did before August 12th?
Yes.
So when was the first time you were paid for your work at Summit?
That would have been August 5th.
You testified that you prepared a summary on August 12th of what had happened, correct?
August 14th.
August 14th. The summary goes beyond August 14th, though, doesn't it?
It does.
You never provided a summary to anyone, did you?
I did not. This was for my own personal notes.
You had testified that you knew Ms. Smith was nervous. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Smith nervous, if you know?
I do not know.
You also testified that you not yourself participate in the meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
You had never undergone a meeting process before, correct?
Correct.
You were unaware if there was any board policy concerning the meeting. Is that right?
I was. However, I did ask Jen Smith and the Fairview librarian if there was a process that we needed to follow in order to lead the books. And they both told me that no, they did not. They had never been questioned for their professional opinions and determinations with the library, and that the current policy did not have any stipulation
And you just believe your mentor, right? Yes. You didn't follow up with anybody else?
I had no reason to question it.
Now, you had testified that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Pappas, and Ms. McDonald on August 12th, correct? Correct. And during this meeting, the discussion of wallet came up, correct? Correct. Now, direct your attention to Pappas Exhibit 4. Do you see that document?
I do.
I see you've got a smile on your face. Do you know what it is?
That is the sticky note where Becky had written down the contact information.
Okay, so it's your testimony that Ms. McDonald wrote the information for Bullet Software?
Yes.
You did not do that,
I
right?
did not.
You had testified concerning work not being done on the weeded books until October. I think I understood that correctly. Is that right?
Correct.
But there was a meeting on August 5th providing direction on how to handle the books, correct? August 15th, excuse me, providing direction on handling the books, correct?
Correct.
And at no time between August 15th and October, anything was done with the books. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Despite direction coming from Dr. McCallum. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect? Any redirect?
Yes. Did you receive any concerns or criticisms or complaints from any of the teachers relating to the library books?
I did not personally receive any complaints from teachers.
I'm looking for
Any requests?
None, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. It's fine.
Yeah, not anything's possible. I got you. Yeah. Right the number 32 and put right hand corner. Okay. Yep. 32. 3.
So I know that you've been presented, you know who the witness is. You've been presented with the document. I don't know what it is. So,
I'm going to request an offer of proof on this witness.
that's fair game.
Miss Smith's name and conversations have been discussed on direct and cross-examination, and this is completing the record because there is reference to her conversations and there's references to her actions that were asserted by Mr. Pappas. That's what rebuttal witnesses do.
Can you give me a more specific triptych or Google map as to where it's going? I mean, other than that broad-based statement, like I'm making an offer of proof to rebut something that he said. Give me something.
Exhibit 31 takes a conversation between Stacy Snowberger and Jen Smith.
You're gonna have to.
Discusses an excerpt from the text messaging that's included in the text messaging between Ms. Snowberger and Ms. McDonald. I think we have a right to see the conversation in its full as opposed to excerpted, taken out of context.
Okay. Okay, that I understand that. He said he wants to go to Exhibit 31 and say something was taken out of context. I wasn't. I needed something more than.
I believe he's referencing Exhibit 32. At least that's the text message chain that I have.
No, I'm talking about your 31.
Her 32.
I have two documents, and the witness is going.
You're gonna have to.
I have two documents, and the witness is going to testify to each one of them, and as to the conversations that were had and the comments that were made by other witnesses on behalf of Mr. Pappas. We're almost done here.
Again, my objection is this is duplicative. Ms. Smith was called to testify in the case in chief, excuse me. I believe that these text messages, as well as the document concerning Beyond the Stacks, is irrelevant to the proceedings. I believe we've all agreed that meeting took place. I don't think that that is an issue here. The process behind the meeting is also irrelevant because that's not what Mr. Pappas is being charged with.
Can I see the documents? You knew I was going to ask that.
Swap that out. Go put that one back. They can hear better from that one.
So, Mr. Galtman, when you were up here, you handed these documents to me, and I just want you to repeat for the benefit of the full board, because not everybody heard what you had to say, that she is going to testify relative to 31 offer. What is offered is 3132. Does this go to, she has been, in my terms, not anybody else's, her actions or statements have been taken out of context, or what has been presented as part of Pappas, whatever numbers they are, don't adequately or accurately represent the facts, and why is that like important to the board? You can say it's credibility. I just want
Well, first of all, on rebuttal, credibility is always an issue. Second of all, there are several witnesses that testified on behalf of Mr. Pappas, at least one of which spoke about Ms. Smith and her behavior and cast aspersions on Ms. Smith's behavior and took it out of context. And I think we have correcting the record or completing the record is appropriate on rebuttal.
So, can this be like limited down to like this very small area?
First of all, on Exhibit 32 exists because there was a text message that was embedded in a text message that was not a complete text message. It doesn't have the entire conversation. I think it's important for the board, and we're not going to belabor the conversation, but it's important for the board to see that conversation in context rather than as a blur. It gives a different impression when it's offered as a blur.
So, when you said 32, are you
My
referring to 31?
No, I'm referring to you, R32, not you, not their 32. It gets confusing when you have all these numbers, but their 31 was a conversation between Stacey Snowberger and Ms. McDonald, in which they referenced, just between you and I, Jen texted this to me. Well, that particular text is out of context. And all I'm doing is presenting the context of the phone conversation, and the only one who can do that is Ms. Smith, because she's the only one who has the full conversation besides Stacey Snowberger, who's not available to any of us. And that's all I'm putting that in for.
We don't object to Exhibit 32. District's Exhibit 32. Again, I don't think it's relevant, but in the desire to move forward.
I believe it is relevant because it was brought up, and it was relevant enough.
I think she just conceded to the entry of 32. I was just trying to get a specific, it's sort of like, why you want to do it? Because, and I'm like, no, because I want a more specific reason.
And I would be glad to ask Ms. Smith to testify as to the other documents she created. She can tell you what it is and why it's relevant to this case.
All right, so you don't have a problem with 32, correct?
I don't, no.
Okay. Still have an issue with 31?
I believe that this testimony is duplicative, and I don't believe that it's going to aid anything other than giving the district's administration a second bite at the apple. So I object to it as far as that's concerned.
All right. Who generated 31? All right. And when did she generate 31? When did you put this together?
I used a document that we created as we weeded the library as to what each kind of book was deleted for, and then I took that and put it into a understandable form.
So I'm just asking, I try not to, in essence, because of the fact that what may have existed before may not have been as clear as it should be, or I'm just trying to figure it out.
The other document is 140 pages. This is a front and a back. Just thought it would be easier.
All right. Is this limited testimony, Mr. Ball?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it. Let's get this over and done.
Could you look at the binder that's on to your right?
And please keep it close. I know.
If you could look at Exhibit 31 in that. It's a good question. Was Ms. Smith sworn in yet?
Please keep in mind you're always sworn in and continue to be under oath.
She was sworn in on when she last was sworn in.
You understand you're on your own, correct?
Yes, I do.
Did you look at tab 31,
Yes.
the first page? There's a reference. I will tell you that it says, just so you know what's going on, Jen texted this to me, then my response. Is that blurb that comes after that from a text message between yourself and Stacy Snowberg?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware that she was sharing that with Becky McDonald?
No, I did not.
Okay, did she ever tell you that she had shared that with Becky McDonald?
No.
If you could look at your Exhibit 32,
Okay.
does that accurately reflect the conversations you had with Ms. Snowberger?
Yes, it does.
Okay, is there anything in there you'd like to share with the board?
To the micromanaging statement, Stacy had said to me on the first page, Steve most likely will not ask. He let me do what I needed to do as a librarian. No micromanaging from him.
Mr. Galtman, could you just share those other 9 copies that you have?
I knew I forgot
You can just give it there and we'll all pass them. 31, 32, you don't have to answer each one of these. All right, so we left off was 32, an accurate, complete depiction of what corresponded between 2 people, and I assume this was by text.
Yes. It
Okay.
was.
Mr. Galtman.
And that response relating to micromanaging was in response to Ms. Snowberger's comment?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else you want to point out?
In here, she states that that she thought that 3,000 books was a bit excessive, that she usually reads 75 to 100 books a year. She also said since the district took her 4 paid days in the summer away from her, she no longer did the weeding like she used to.
Was that borne out by your research?
Yes, it was.
And how was that borne out?
My research showed that she had only done 1 inventory the whole time she was at Summit View. Yeah.
Hey guys, come on. No. Board has asked repeatedly, like, no gallery, please.
Is there anything else you want to point out?
I had told her that Becky quit, and I said I'm at a loss. And then she said that she quit because she had got more hours at her church, and that her pastor needed her on September 2nd, and that's why she left.
So she didn't leave because of the meeting?
It does not say that.
Anything else you want to point out?
I also, on the back, she said, how did your meeting go? How did your meeting go? And I said, not well, but I cannot talk about it. And she says, I hope you are fighting with a grievance if needed. And then she continued on with, enough is enough.
What did you understand that to mean?
That she thought this was ridiculous and it was too much.
What was ridiculous?
The process that was ensuing at Summit View with the library.
And could you look at 30 on their document? You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
P30? You have the document with you?
P3.
P30. 30.
I have 26, piece 26, 27, 28. I don't see P30. Just 30? Oh, sorry. I thought you said P.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. This was presented in evidence by Mr. Pappas's attorney, and it relates to a conversation with you and Becky. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what the purpose of the text message or the email was?
She wanted to know about some of the stuffed animals that were in the library.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you respond?
I said Stacy took the ones that she wanted. I did not. I did, however, keep two. I put one at Summit View and the other at. Is an inflatable one that I was planning on giving Stacy at Christmas time.
Yeah, I'm going to object to this. This was actually not entered into evidence by me. It was in the binder, but it was not entered into evidence, nor was it testified to. P30, correct.
So are you withdrawing the document?
It was never testified to. There's nothing
But
to
it's in the
withdraw.
binder. Are you withdrawing the document?
It was not testified to, Richard.
Yes.
It was not a part of the record. If you want to make it a part of the record.
It's in the binder. It was presumed that you were presenting it, and you and Becky talked about it.
All right, let's make it easy. Thank you.
Are you?
No, I'm not moving for the admission for
All right.
Exhibit 30.
It's not being moved in?
That's fine.
Right.
Okay. You look at 8. In the same binder.
P8, correct?
Yes, correct. You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
That's a letter, as a statement by Ms. McDonald, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. McDonald indicated that you took no consideration as to the type of books the students like as far as the weeding process. Is that accurate?
No, it is not.
Okay. And how is that not accurate?
We consulted the Destiny, our library program, when reading books. But sometimes the most popular ones get used a lot and they become not attractive, pages fall out, binding falls apart. I have an example, if you would like to see it, of one that needs to be weeded.
I'm going to object to this line of testimony. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, keep going. I was going to say no to the book. I don't need to see it. You don't need to see it.
This is irrelevant. The issue is not the process of weeding.
Right. Is there a specific item that you want to get to besides in the McDonald statement beyond what she's already testified?
That's fine.
Or is that anything else on P8?
No, we're done.
Okay.
If you could look at P31 again. You go to the next, go to the third page.
Just for clarification of the record, is that the one that has 3,000 books, question mark, exclamation?
Correct.
Thank you.
If you look down on the document, Ms. McDonald indicates not to make it seem like I have a big head, but shouldn't they have let me have an input? I know better than either of them what books are popular with our school. Is that an accurate statement?
No, it is not.
Why is that not an accurate statement?
I worked at Summit View. I work at Hooverville. I work at Mallory. I have the same books that are popular at Hooverville and Mallory go out. So the same books would be at Summit View as well. You can also tell by looking at them what are popular and what are not.
You also can
And you have in the report, there's a number. 355 times it's been checked out. It tells you if it's popular or not.
Okay. If you could look at your document that was marked 31 on the second page.
Again, I'm going to object to this document and any testimony on it because the issue of weeding is not a problem here.
The issue of weeding was brought up by opposing counsel and witnesses as to the ridiculousness of that number and the inappropriateness of that number. So it is an issue.
All right, so to give me an idea of one question we're going to
I'm going to ask her to explain the chart. I'm going to ask her to explain the chart on the second page. That's all. Looks like this. Carl, it looks like this.
I'm not going to allow it in. We're going to move on.
You've already admitted the document. You've already allowed the document in.
Well, she said she doesn't have a problem with it. She just doesn't want extensive discussion. If you just want to allow it in, it speaks for itself without a big explanation.
We already gave you the document with all the board documents. You said that the document was in.
That's right. I did. But she's objecting to a long, esoteric discussion about the document. I believe the board can actually...
There are 6 bullet points on the second page. We're not even going to talk about all 6.
It's in, the board will take notice of it. We're going to go on. So it's in, the board will take notice of it. I reversed myself in less than 1 minute, and she has already stipulated it can go in with no additional testimony, and we'll figure it out.
In terms of calling Follett, have you ever called Follett?
No, I have not.
Why is that?
Because that's not my job.
Whose job would that be?
Nick Erickson, our head technology guy.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, I want to direct your attention to the District Administration Exhibit 32, the text message exchange that you produced for tonight.
Oh, okay.
And this is an exchange between yourself and Ms. Snowberger?
Yes, it is.
And you did not ask Ms. Snowberger's permission before producing this, did you?
No, she didn't ask mine either.
But you did not ask hers, correct?
No.
Ms. Snowberger wrote on page 1, I really weeded when I got there, and every year I weed approximately 50 to 75 books that are old or multiple copies that aren't popular. That's her message, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you testified that she did not do that weeding?
No, I testified about inventory, which is different.
Explain to me the difference.
Weeding is when you get rid of books. Inventory is when you touch every book in your library and scan.
Okay, so you don't disagree that she weeded approximately 50 to 75 books a year, correct?
No.
Ms. Snowberger then writes, I didn't weed as much this year with being off. This year I was focused on the paperbacks. Next message, Steve most likely will not ask. He let me do what I needed to do as a librarian. No micromanaging from him. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you responded, oh, good, thanks. Right?
Yes.
Now, on August 8th at 5:55 p.m., You write, well, so much for Steve not micromanaging. He is pissed that we weeded the library and he wants my head. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Did Mr. Pappas tell you he wants your head?
No, it's kind of a figure of speech.
But he never said that to you,
No,
correct?
he was angry.
This is after he sent you an email saying, stop doing anything with the books, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak to him at this point?
No, he would not speak to me.
Did you call him?
I asked if I could come see him at Summit View. I would explain the condition of the library and what was going on.
Did you call him?
I do not have his district cell phone number.
Did you call him?
No.
Later that evening at 7 o'clock p.m., Ms. Snowberger writes, Steve never questioned my weeding, but 3,000-ish books is a lot, exclamation point. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
On the next page, on Tuesday, August 12th at 5:22 p.m., you sent what appears to be some screenshot and then wrote words to live by. That screenshot does not appear on this document. What is that?
It is a picture of Rip from Yellowstone, and it refers to if it doesn't benefit you, you need to let it go.
In response to that, Ms. Snowberger writes, quote, it's going to be okay. Steve is not a principal to hold anything against a person after the problem. I think he was just taken aback by the quantity, but more so the timing, right before back to school night. You see that?
Yes, I do.
I direct your attention to the last page. Text message exchange on Sunday, September 21st at 6:46 p.m. Now, you had met with Mr. Pappas, Dr. McCallum, and Ms. Salmon in August, correct? Concerning the weeding, right?
Yes.
Did you have another meeting with Mr. Pappas on Friday, I guess what would have been September 19th? Let me ask you this question. Is this in relation to your suspension?
No.
You were suspended, though, in the fall semester, correct?
Yes, I was.
And Ms. Snowberger asks, how did things go on Friday? Do you have any idea what meeting that's in reference to?
I'm not quite sure.
But you testified to it, and you responded, no, not good, but I really can't talk about it.
Yes.
And you have no recollection of what that's about?
I'm not quite sure the date or the time and when this happened. No. I don't have my calendar. I couldn't tell you.
And it's not related to Mr. Pappas, is it?
I'm not sure.
You had previously worked at Summit View, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you stop working at Summit View?
I think it was 2014. I'm not quite sure.
Were you assigned to a different school at that time?
I was at Summit View, then Hooverville, yes.
Okay, so you were assigned to Hooverville, in 2014 or around there?
I believe so, but I'm not sure the dates.
Was that reassignment related to any kind of incident between yourself and a student?
Yes.
No further questions.
Attorney Dalton.
I'm going to object to the last question and answer. That's entirely irrelevant. And it's not related to the testimony on the ground.
I'm going to allow it. You done?
I have nothing further. decide whether we have another witness.
Take the 5 minutes. I'm gonna make it a strict 5 minutes.
Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. How are we doing on sound? Hello? Testing. 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 Allie. Allie Bailey. Can you? Sound good? Can we hear? Are we good? I just wanted you to check the sound. I just wanted you to check the sound. Can you hear me now?
And he unfortunately passed away in 2019. It was our first family vacation. Youngest child at the time was at the high school. And I should state that the administrative team was very supportive during his illness, and they all did support me and even came to the funeral. I would say that what happened was my daughter went to the nurse's office, and this was, again, right after our first family vacation without him. And the nurse called me, which she had done before because I had relationships with nurses, and they did, when we were always trying to decide, Lily had some grief, some depression. She was seeing a therapist at the time. We were all in family counseling. And so sometimes when I talked to the nurse, I would say, okay, Will, is she sick? Is this part of the grief process? Is she going to make it for the day? Because there were days that were very difficult, obviously. So one particular day, they called me from the nurse's office, and they said, she wasn't feeling well, and I'm like, oh, geez, okay. Well, we just came off the family vacation. It was actually the anniversary of his diagnosis day, and I thought, she's just had a rough day, So I talked to the nurse, I'm like, she has a headache, she's tired. Okay, we'll put her on the phone. So she's on the phone. I think she's a junior. I don't even remember, 10th, 11th grade. I think it was 11th grade. And she said, Mom, I just have a headache. I'm not feeling good. Are we sure this isn't COVID? I'm like, babe, I don't know. I said, do you think you should just take some medicine and try to get back to class? And she's like, yeah, I think that's what I want to do. And I said, okay. So I got back on the phone with the nurse. And I said, hey, she's going to try and make it for the rest of the day. So then she ended up, probably about an hour or so later, the nurse calls and says, hey, I really think you need to go get her checked out. And I said, all right. I said, not a problem. I said, she drives at this point. I'm like, do you want me to pick her up? Is she going to drive? Like, I can meet her over at the doctor's office where she's right down the street or whatever. I said, we'll get her tested. And so anyway, we did. She left, and when we met up, we went to Dr. Rishi's office, and they didn't do testing at Dr. Rishi's office. So I was like, girl, we're going to go to urgent care. So we went to urgent care, and I'm sitting in urgent care, and I get a phone call, and I'm like, I know this number. And I was like, why did children be calling me? And I pick up the phone, and it was a children and youth worker at the time. And the children and youth worker said, man, I saw your name come across the desk. And I'm like, what? And I was like, listen, I'm down the street. I'm in urgent care. What's going on? And they're like, well, we know your reputation. We know you take care of your kid. It says on here you're refusing medical treatment. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? I'm like, who would make this referral? Like, nobody has called me. Nobody has talked to me. No teacher has ever communicated to me. No principal, no colleague, no friend would ever not have communicated to me that there was a problem with her. Okay? And so it's not funny. Why are we laughing?
We shouldn't be.
I mean, that's just really inhumane.
Look, guys, excuse me. Look, I've been very patient. It isn't like you get to weigh in all the time. Please respect the moment and the time.
And so I'm in the office, and I'm like, tell me who said it. I'm on the phone with the children youth worker. Tell me. You're going to get mad, is what the children youth worker. You know I can't tell you. I'm like, please tell me what is going on here. I'm like in this office with my child who's now crying, saying, Mommy, are you going to get in trouble? And I'm like, Phils, what happened? Well, Mr. Pappas brought me down to his office, Mom, and he kept drilling me with questions. He even asked me at one point, do we have food in the house? I'm like, what? I'm like, this is unbelievable. It's heartbreaking. We got the COVID test. She was negative. Okay? And I get in the car. That poor child cried the whole way home. Why, Mommy? Why? Are you in trouble? I am like, honey, I am not in trouble. I would never refuse to get you medical help. But we also know right now we're all going through a hard time. And some days it's hard for Mommy to go to work. But Mommy knows. And I was like, I can't believe he would do this. I can't believe that they would
he would call and never call me, or a teacher would call me. So I immediately do report to the direct supervisor and say, Dr. Sternheim, why did he do this? You need to investigate your team. Why are you paying our professionals to interrogate a poor child whose dad just died? I can't believe this. I can't believe that my colleague would do this without calling me and talking to me. Because we have a relationship. We do work together. We've worked on projects together. We get along. Why? And then I'm like, I cannot believe it. And so I ended up talking to Steve about it. I said, Steve, why would you have done that? Well, the teacher said she fell asleep in class. Okay, then why isn't the teacher calling to tell a parent, I don't care if I'm a principal, call a parent to say, hey, your child's hurting. I'm having her in therapy, she's in grief therapy, this is all happening at the same time. So he comes to my office at a separate time, and I was like, Steve, you did this. I know why you did this, because we were directed by Todd Klein that if a parent refused to get a child tested for COVID, that we could go ahead and report them to children and youth. Well, of course, at that time, Steve it was brought to my attention from Dr. Klein that Steve called and never provided information. He said a woman is refusing medical treatment for her child, at which point Dr. Klein said, well, then you'll need to report them. And Steve came to me and said, Diane, I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, and I will tell you right now, I'm going to apologize to you for what I did, and I'm going to tell you that is in the top 5 of the mistakes I've ever made in my career. And you know what I said? Steve, if this were your child, I would hope that you would give some parent the professional courtesy, or even friendly courtesy. If you were worried about Lils, you were at the funeral, you know my family, why would you call me and say, hey, I'm worried about your kid? Instead, you called children and youth and made a referral. And then, and he knows it, we continue. I forgave him. He said he was sorry, and we continue to work together professionally. I didn't hold it against him, but I am just distraught that he would have ever have done that. And so when it was brought up, I just felt the need to tell you guys, this is what happened. It's heartbreaking. And it's embarrassing to actually share this in public. But I didn't do anything wrong. My child did not have COVID. She was depressed. She was getting therapy, and she was getting medical attention.
Cross.
Very briefly, Ms. Everhart, you are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you understand that when there is reasonable cause to suspect child abuse, you are required to make that report, correct?
Yes, and you did state child abuse. I was not. No one was refusing medical treatment. No one.
Mr. Pappas was relying on statements from teachers, correct?
One teacher, who never called me or never spoke to me or shared concern.
And I'm sorry that that happened to you. Mr. Pappas apologized, right?
He did.
You also understand that as a mandated reporter, they must make immediate and direct reports, correct?
I understand when there's suspected child abuse, but there was no child abuse suspected nor any phone call whatsoever from any guidance counselor, teacher, or Mr. Pappas or the administration as they questioned her.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. She's excused. Thank you. I'm a little afraid to ask. We for the record. Waiting for the record.
Wouldn't you all love it if I said I had a super ball? I'm just kidding.
No, you teased me out in the hall over that, so
I did. We do need to move exhibits into admission, though.
yes, I know that you had indicated that one exhibit, and I closed the book on it, that you already indicated that one wasn't going in. Was it 30 or 31?
It was exhibit 30, and I can tell you the exhibits that were not testified to: exhibit P14, P16, P23, and P30.
Okay.
And I do have, per our conversation at the last hearing, I do have the redacted version of Exhibit 22 to provide to both the opposing counsel as well as to the board, if I may.
Yes, ma'am. So you're moving forward. I'll wait till you get back.
Thank you.
So the question I was going to go is, you're moving for admission of everything save the ones that you just identified as not
Yes, sir.
going in.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. Bolton if he has any issues or questions.
So I'm sure we're talking 14, 16, 23, and 30 or not. Correct?
That is correct.
I would reserve the objections that I made at the time when the documents were discussed. You may rule on that on each of those documents.
Yes, your objections or ongoing objections are still noted. But as I said, the board will get the transcripts, they'll review everything, they'll give due weight to whatever is in the record. The exhibits are admitted. I am going to ask you on the record as it relates to School District 5, the one that doesn't have the signature, just because of the ping pong ball with the signature thing, it's the same thing. I would just say, if it is the same thing and you want to put that in with the signature, I just don't want, if this goes somewhere, somebody's like, well, it wasn't signed, it wasn't an issue, I'd rather clarify that. On the record, it's the same, so we don't have a problem.
Yeah, allow me to please, unless you don't happen to have a signed copy, do you?
No.
All right.
I'm just saying, if you do, you don't have to pull it out now. You can just send it to me, to Attorney Galtman. We're going to make sure that the board gets all the transcripts, all the exhibits. That will be part of it.
No. I think that's fine. A follow-up is fine. I don't have a signed copy. Yeah.
All right, so Attorney Galtman, on your exhibits, anything you would like to say?
I'm going to move on to 32 and 7.
You'll move the ones in. I believe you renumbered them. 31's in, 32's in. They were renumbered to account for the ones that I said no to.
Ones that said no, they discarded.
Okay. I just want to also go on the record to say, once again, in case this takes on a life of its own, that the board, as they go through it, and I know there is at least one exhibit in Mr. Galtman's that has a student name. That exhibit will be redacted to remove the name of the student.
Which document is that?
It's towards the back. I will let you know, but I believe it was in relationship to that incident on September 11th, but there is a document in here that has a student name in it.
I'll be sure.
The other issue, for purposes of whoever, we addressed the in-camera review of Pappas 21 and 22. The board will look at that. You have received a copy of the redacted version. We will deal with that issue. We had a pre-local agency hearing conference where I asked both parties, okay, we're now at the last night of hearing. The record will be closed except for arguments that would be made. I asked before if it's the desire of both parties to do proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and legal argument. And I'm not going to guess how you work the format, but it'll probably parallel something that we see from the Secretary of Education as it relates to the hearings that they churn out, where you can use your own particular format, but you don't want to close orally. You want to get the transcripts, be able to look at them, digest them, and I understand you're out of your predicament, but I just want to clarify that on the record because I had a bunch of people come up and say, where's this going to go? And so I just want to verify both of you are going to do written closings, whatever it contains.
We are prepared to go with an oral closing, but if the district is going to go with briefing, then we will certainly also go with briefing.
All right, if he says he's going to do written, it's up to you if you want to waive written. If he's going to do written,
We're not going to waive written. We're not going to
right. Okay. So I'm not going to make you commit right now because, in all due respect, you may not even make it home before you have to go somewhere. I'm just saying.
Put this in the record.
Right.
No, I appreciate that. I do, though, have exceptionally competent colleagues at my law firm who will be preparing this. This matter will not be delayed on account of my pregnancy.
All right. So at this point in time, do you think it's necessary to put this on the record, or is this a discussion that we can have amongst ourselves? But I know you're going to do it. Do you have a time frame in mind because you're going to get the fourth transcript?
Efficiently. She's pretty quick.
Probably in a week. Not happy. No, I see, but
We can get it to you whenever you need it if you want it expedited, and it's just an extra cost.
well, let these people work it out. I'm just saying, is this a 30-day calendar day from the receipt of the fourth transcript?
30 days is fine.
That's fine. All right, and as you know, I always, like, some exigent circumstance arise, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. As it relates to your other preliminary matter, is the board taking judicial notice to those things? As I said before, we had the first discussion. What's out there happening in the community, everyone hears it, but I'm not going to allow the record open to incorporate all that stuff. I mean, so my ruling is to public comment or petitions and things like that are not coming into the record to be made, like hearing officer one or anything along those lines. I just want you to be aware of that. Other than that, between the both of you, are there any other procedural issues that you believe need to be placed on the record at this time?
I don't believe any from Mr. Pappas.
Nothing from the administration.
All right, and I will say if something comes up, let me know. Just for what it's worth, there was a school board meeting the other night, and maybe 10 people stuck around, but I did make a statement at the end that the board is going to be together for an informational session with the Pennsylvania School Boards Association for purposes of mandatory training. There'll probably be a dinner beforehand. They're not getting together to discuss this case. It is simply because the school code compels mandatory training for school board members. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and let everybody be clear as that is unfolding, so we're not inundated in a clandestine meeting somewhere that they're going to talk about this. Anything else at this time? And if there are procedural issues to deal with the transcript or anything along the lines, we will certainly do that. As part of any deliberations or any adjudication that there is issued. There's one board member just noticed that there's a name still on there, but we will redact one name on there. We will take care of that.
I believe that name that you're referring to is a staff person. Let me pull it up. We can talk about that on the record.
Yeah. All right. So anything else for the good of the order? Mr. Galtman?
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right. So just everybody else, thank you for indulging us through this process and attendance. This matter is included at whatever time. I have 10:58 because it's not as anything else. Thank you very much.
I didn't see any of Oops. I'm still alive.
So I